Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm going to ask you to give me 1 minute here to solve something real fast. And then I will get the stream going. I just basically want to get a recording going. And I'm out of disk space. So we're going to recover some disk space and get a recording going. And just like that, there we go. Welcome on in, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It is another Saturday morning stream here in the Dragon's Den. My name is Digital Dragon, aka Luke, and welcome on in. Here on the Dragon's Den channel, we are a 3D printing variety stream, and what I mean by that is we do all kinds of things related to 3D printing, from building various 3D printers to cosplay helmets and other 3D prints. We've been known to do, some death racers and some top fuel dragsters, as well as an Ivan Miranda mini tank that I believe we've finally got the last piece in. So there will be another stream here shortly where we will get the brains going on that little RC tank, and we'll get it running around. So without further ado, thank you for bearing with me. Right when the stream started, I hit record, so I had a backup recording of my stream, and it told me it was out of space. So I had to clear up some space real fast, get rid of some old recordings. So where are we at on the build? Well, as you see, I'm wearing my Crimpin' Ain't Easy shirt from Nero 3D. That means that we are doing electronics today. That is correct. We're doing things a little bit out of order on this build. One thing that I found in doing the Vorons and in following streamers like Nero and Steve builds is things like, the second step after you build the frame and do the Z motors is to install the bed. I don't do that simply because that's about 8 pounds of added weight to this printer as you're moving it around doing the build. So I hold off on the bed until one of the last things. There will be sections in today where they talk about wiring the bed. We're not going to do that. We're going to hold off until the last bit. So then we went in and we did the gantry and everything. And we were at the stage where the next thing up in the manual would have been doing the toolhead build. Per the manual, that's a afterburner. Everybody these days is pretty much doing the Stealthburner to get the added cooling, and we will be as well. However, I still haven't got all those parts printed. I've got some of them started, but I don't have all the parts that I need to get that done yet. And we had decided that we were going to go on and work on the electronics because we can do all of that except for the wiring of the tool head and the actual bed install. So we should be able to get all of our electronics done today except for those things and get started on everything else. So good morning, Timur. How are you doing today? Hope you are doing well. Welcome on in. We're just doing a little bit of a rehash of where we were at today as far as in the build and the couple of things that we've done or haven't done in the manual so far, such as go ahead and mount the bed. No need to mount the bed and then deal with an added 8 pounds of weight as you're moving things around. Hey, Poondog, how are you doing? Welcome on in. And then we also have not done the tool head yet. And there was a couple of reasons. One, and most primary, was I hadn't printed the parts yet. Because I was trying to make some final mental decisions on whether or not I was going to install things like the NAMI and a couple of things like that. Whoops. Please tell me. Okay. I just noticed that I've got the stream up over here on my other computer and it looks like it kept freezing, so, or was frozen. So I was trying to make sure that we were still good to go. I am seeing a decent amount of dropped frames. How's the stream this morning? Good morning, John Strand. How are you doing today? Hope you are doing well. So normal Saturday stream mornings, we're starting off a little slow with some rehash. We've got our coffee because it's a Saturday morning. Got to have coffee. So I did some yard work yesterday after work. So it wasn't straight after work because I was waiting for the heat to come down a little bit. And so I went out at like 7:30 last night and started mowing the grass and doing some weed eating. So I was out there, literally the last part of it was weed eating around my my garden area by the light of the street lamp. I'm sure my neighbors love that, but so needless to say, I wound up staying up a little bit later. So coffee this morning is going to be good. If I stifle a yawn here or there, bear with me. But yeah, so if you've been following along, we've got our, here, let me bring our frame up here. So we've got our printer going well, right? We've got our,
but could be me.
There we go. Not sure what that was. Oh, Timor, thanks for the resubscribe for another month. And thank you for the 4-month subscription. I appreciate that. So we've got our printer done. Here, let me switch over to the other camera view and turn this around. So far we've got our printer primarily built. We've got our X-axes in place and our belts run. We've got our gantry installed. And we have a couple of our mods that we were building in place, and that's the addition of our titanium backer rods. And there's one on the back side of the X gantry. We've got our belts run, and we've got our CNC tap installed. Now I did notice we've got ever so slightly amount of playback here, but I think that is just the tensioning of the actual belts, because I do feel a little bit of difference in the tensions between the two belts, and we'll be able to fix that when we go ahead and tension our belts appropriately. We still have a lot of extra length on our belts. We probably don't need that too much longer, so we will be snipping those off here shortly on the Z-axis and the AB belts. So, and that's where we're at. Once again, we didn't install the bed, and there's a couple of reasons for that. One, it's unnecessary added weight. And two, one of the things that's printing on our other Voron 2.4 right now is going to be the Nevermore that'll get mounted right here. And I would prefer to mount that in place first and then mount the bed on top of it. Just because having done it the other way around, it's probably going to be a lot easier to get in and get it mounted before we put the bed on here. And with that, the next step up in the manual would be doing the tool head. Of course, the standard tool head for a Voron 2.4 or Trident would be a afterburner, because technically Stealthburner is a mod. Right, but we will be building a Stealthburner. I've got the primary colored parts printed out. As soon as the Nevermore is done, I will move the black filament over to the 0G, which is where I have the files sliced for it, and we will get some we will get the Stealthburner shroud. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep our orange and black theme. And because I've got it, I'm going to print the dragon, the Stealth Dragon shroud, which was designed by Osita Craft for me. So we will have the dragons out of the orange, and then the shroud itself, the rest of the fan shroud will be black. So yeah, there we go. And you may see a few things arrayed out here. So at the end of the last stream, we decided to push forward just a little bit more into the electronics section, which was basically getting things mounted. And I will be jumping back and forth between the build manual and the LDO documentation today because there's a lot of changes, and it's especially dealing with the wiring and the underdeck wiring. So as we get into that today, we will be making some jumps back and forth between the PDF manual and the online documentation from LDO. Okay. So once again, welcome in everybody. I hope everybody's doing good this morning. I hope you've had your breakfast or having your breakfast and you've got a beverage of choice. In my case, it's going to be some coffee to help wake me up. And I also got my protein, give me a little bit of energy as we go through this as well. You know, and for those of you that know, I have had gastric bypass, so I do have to have a lot of protein. So that's why I wind up supplementing with some of these protein shakes. But yeah, let's go ahead and get started. We're going to switch our view over to the browser view. And that's where we get to see everything still laid out on the table as well as our documentation. And once again, this kind of gives you a little bit of an overview of the layout. We will be doing some different layouts here, so we'll just be aware of that. So we have gone through and mounted our Raspberry Pi. We did not do the 5-volt PSU because we do not use that one in this build. Hey, Pezliz, good morning. Welcome on in. Yep, coffee in hand. Got to have coffee. We have got our mounts on our PSU as well as our stabilizing mount piece here that will be used to tie it to the frame. Whoops. We did do the mount and get our controller board mounted. And then next up would be the power inlet. So on last stream, I actually had the wrong print. So I did have to go through and reprint, and I did print the right piece for this. So what we're going to do is I am going to go through and add the appropriate heat set inserts in this. And I figured since I was doing it, I might as well do it for all of the shrouds or the motor shrouds, covers, skirt pieces, since we're going to have it out. So we're going to do a little bit of heat set inserts to start the morning off. Oh, that's interesting, Timur. So you're going to basically do kind of like a 02 flip top for the top hat. I'm just thinking through that real fast. Yes. Interesting. So you're going to do a side backpack as well. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm interested to see how you do that. That'll be pretty interesting. Hey, Shenanigans, how's it going? Good morning, Chewy. So we just went through and did kind of a little overview of what we've done so far and where we're at. We are moving past the and not doing the toolhead just yet because I'm still printing those parts. I was trying to make my final decisions on like whether or not I was going to install a NAMI on it, and I've decided not to because of the toolhead, and more specifically, the toolhead board that comes with the LDO kit. Oh, hey Chewy, thank you for the resub with the Prime sub. I love Bezo Bucks. Thank you very much. So yeah, we'll get into the board shortly once we start to flip over to the LDO documentation and the wiring guide, because I do need to show you some things of how we had to adjust a couple of things. But I did admit that I printed out the wrong part for the AC inlet. So we're going to be I reprinted that part and the other part that I was missing. So right now I'm going to go ahead and do the heat set inserts. So the two on the round and the one at the top on all four of the skirts that will cover the motor pieces. We don't have inserts on the side of this because this is it's a press fit connector that has the clips on the side, the pressure clips on the side. So we don't need those, but we're going to go ahead and get these installed. There's two on the face here, and then there's one on the long edge, and this is actually the bottom, and this is what will be used to secure the bottom, I'll say electronics cover, deck panel. You need to keep the printer short. Okay, I definitely understand that. As you can see, the difference between the Vorons behind me and the 0G. The 0G is definitely a lot taller. And they were talking about whether or not it could be shorter as far as the top hat or the top portion goes. So I'm not sure if they were actually looking into changing the lengths or not. You'd have to get on the Discord and chat with Turtle Crawler and Dutch Dude to see their thoughts. And so I am actually looking forward. So CNC Kitchen has announced and started selling a heat set insert kit for these pencil style soldering irons. And so it's the full length tip here with different with a pack of different size heat set ends. I think it's anything from a 2 millimeter to a 6 millimeter heat set. So I've ordered one of those, and of course a bunch more heat sets, because why not if you're paying for shipping from Germany. And honestly, the shipping wasn't bad. It was like $8 for shipping. And for international shipping from Germany, that's really not bad. Yeah, I have one of those on order, and I'm sure it'll get here for whatever my next build will be that will use heat sets. And yes, we are in side view because you wouldn't be able to see what I'm doing if I had the front view camera on, I don't think. Unless I adjusted it for a more downward look. And while I have my heat sets and my iron out, I am going to add heat sets to this part here, and I'll bring it over here and show you in a second what this part is. Okay, and I believe that's all the heat sets we're going to need for a little while. So this part here is for the heated bed. So we'll have two Wago connectors, and this will be for the input power going into the bed and then the return power from the bed. And then there's a spot here where we'll mount a little breakout board, and this will be for the thermistor. So it'll have, the thermistor from the bed will go into one side, and then there will be a JST extension that comes out and goes down to the controller board. The ground is is a direct wire for the ground. So we've got that done, and we're just going to set it there out of the way. We're going to grab our heat set inserts and put them away so we don't make a mess. And either there's a bunch more things that need heat set inserts, or as normal, I'm going to have a ton of extras. So that's one good way of getting extra parts. So one of the things that you need to look at on your power inlet is which way things get mounted. Okay. So once again, this piece right here is going to be the bottom. So it's going to get mounted like this. These two holes up here and this little raised piece is what goes into the aluminum extrusion. So it's going to get mounted in this orientation. Now, what I always do is if the socket is up and down like is shown in the manual, I want it so that it's facing down, because that way, remember, the long pole here is your ground. And typically, if a plug gets pulled out at any way, shape, or form, it's normally going to get pulled down, not up, because somebody stepped on it, tripped on it, what have you. So you want, if it's going out and down, this should be the last thing that gets disconnected, which means you're always grounded. Okay. The other thing that I would always do when you're switch, either in the manual or on this, I always look that down is off. So the 0 is off and the line is on. So on's always going to be up, off is always going to be down. That way, if you're reaching around behind it, what I always do is I reach around and I feel where the plug comes in, find the switch, and it's just down, right? It's an easy way to kind of slap it off. So once again, this will be the top, this will be the bottom, and I want down to be off. So that's how I'm going to mount this, is in this orientation. And this just press fits in, and we get a nice satisfying click, and our panel there is done. Yes, always good to be grounded. And Yeah. So once again, on this clip, I don't know why, but I always put the spring-loaded side towards the low voltage side or the input side and keep the high voltage side over here. So I'm not trying to reach over between two high voltage lines to, if I need to move that for any reason. So off stream, I did build this just for giggles, right? This does use the printed circuit board. So rather than follow this, we flip a couple of pages down and we do this one. Like I said, the printed circuit board here shows 4 screws coming up from the bottom. On this board, it's actually connected just through the 2 screws in here that screw through the, yeah, it's kind of hard to see, huh? But there's 2 self-tapping screws that screw through the end stop and into the plastic part. But once again, we're not going to use this, but it will, you know, it does provide the little click. So we'll keep it. We'll hold on to it. We may use it for something else, or we may have to retrofit it at some point if something goes terribly wrong with our tap. I've also figured out my pod, and I was thinking that it was a separate printed piece, and that I was looking for a different printed piece. Regardless of whether you use the PCB or like you see here with the 2 individual end stops, it's the same printed part. The only difference in the printed part is if you use the Hall end stop, it's slightly different as you see here with the cutout and the support. So I just needed to print this part out, which I did, and installed it with 2 M3x8 socket head cap screws. The next thing it's going to do is tell us to install it on the printer using 2 M3x30s. So we'll move this stuff over, bring the printer up here and get that installed. Let's get our skirts out of the way for the time being. We're going to do some stacking and some reorienting around here just to make sure we got plenty of room so we don't do anything wrong. We got our printer back up here, and our XY end stop is on this side. And you may remember when we installed this that we only put 2 screws on it. We didn't put all 4 screws. So that's where we're going to put this and mount this, is in the other 2 screws. Okay. The other thing I noticed is I don't have these tightened down. So let's solve that problem. The gantry itself isn't tightened down. Yeah, definitely always good to be grounded. We're dealing with mains voltage there, so you know it's going to have some good current, good kick to it. I mean, if you've ever, as a young kid, touched the an outlet with, I don't know, a fork or a knife or anything, you'll understand. And actually, what I'm going to do real fast before I install the end stop, because I will flip it on its side to do that. I do want to go ahead and swap this out. And we do need to put a couple of heat sinks in here, or heat sets in there real fast. So let me throw some heat sets in there. I actually did mean to do that while I had the heat sets out, because I did print out the right cable chains. So we'll just get a couple of these out. I hope everyone's doing well this morning. Doing well and staying out of trouble. And once again, what you're seeing me do with with my little tweezers is just use the flat back of it to make sure that my heat sets are flush with the top edge of the printed part, so that one, the screws are going to be able to go in nicely and evenly, and then two, just make sure that it doesn't sit proud, so the parts do actually flush up nicely. And I will need a couple of screws. So these were supposed to be M3 by 16 at the top, and we put M3 by 10s in there temporarily because we didn't have our cable chain piece. So we'll swap that out. Come on. Okay, there we go with that. Move this over. I'm going to lay this down just to have better access. Oh, you guys are not going to see that at all. For the XY. Let me see if I can't move you guys a little bit to give you a little bit of a bird's eye view here. Best to, okay, there we go. So we've got two screws right here. And that's where this is going to mount to. So it's going to mount just like this with our X end stop here and our Y end stop out the back. So we're going to need some M3 by 30 screws. Thanks for the lurk, John Strand. I'm just going to get my screws kind of run through there, and that way it'll help me line them up with the holes. And what we're doing is actually going all the way through the printed part here and into the Y carriage. You have to work back and forth here for a minute because once again my holes. If I'd read my holes out, should have went all the way through, but let me see if I can do it. There's a spot right here. Okay, I just had a disconnect. Sorry about that. So there's a spot right here on this CNC tap, and that would allow you to see if I can't get in there a little bit easier. Okay, so there's this bracket right here, and this would allow you to install an X in stop and route it to the toolhead board. We're still going to leave our standard XY in stops. So there is a piece that we will have to install here that will install once we start doing the actual toolhead install. Okay, just wanted to point that out. If I was doing CAN bus and going to an umbilical like I did on the other 2.4 and the Trident, then I would, of course, do something differently. But okay, next up, it's going to ask us to put our Wagos in and mount those in the back. We are not using the Wagos. There's a different setup that LDO uses. So we're going to skip that page. And then it gets into starting to install one of our skirts. So let me move some things around because that skirt's going to go on the bottom side. And with that, I'm going to turn the printer over and rearrange. But one thing I want to do is I forgot to install the little plastic pieces that go on the feet here. So I need to locate those real fast and get them installed. And the LDO wiring guide does say to leave these a little loose anyhow, so that they can be repositioned and moved around. But I'm going to have to loosen it up slightly to be able to get these little plastic caps on. And hopefully I can get them on without taking these all the way off. Yeah. All right, we're going to flip it up. So if I don't, I will lose my nuts, and we're just going to pop these off, put the plastic pieces on, and then we'll put it back in place. Yeah, all I'm doing is I've got the DIN rail, we've got the plastic piece here, so start to get one side started, get the other side lined up, and then just slide it on. And that's just to protect things from the cut edge. And by things, I also mean you. Those are on. These lined up. Once again, I'm not going to crank down on these too much. Just keep them in place. And we're going to put a skirt on, and we're going to be looking at the back. So where we're at now is this is our back. Here's our cable chain and then the hole for the bed. So this would be the back left side that it's showing us. We're going to need our M5 roll-in T-nut. Holes pointing towards the motor. And we're going to need a couple of our M5 by 10s, I believe. And I said M5s, but these are actually M3s. So see if I can't get these to pop back out. And none of this is going to be a resounding no. So we're just going to scoot them out of the way for now. And we'll put in our M3s. We may have a couple of extra T-nuts in here. Because if you remember how I got the last ones out, it was taking a rail off, and I don't think I'm going to try and take a foot off to take a rail off to then have to do both feet and everything. That's just not going to happen. And we're going to use our M3 by 8s, I'm pretty sure. Yep, M3 by 8s to install our power bracket. And what I tend to do here, I keep them way across or way away, and then I'll just try and line them up. Get one started. And then if I need to, I can adjust for the other one. Probably better to use my ball ends for this because I got to go in at an angle. Once I get the screws started in the T-nuts and I feel that they're grabbing, I'll be able to slide the whole thing over and into place. And once we get it there, then we can lock it down. Okay. And then next up, it shows us how to actually do the mounting on the den rail. And that's going to tell us to start mounting things on the den rail. This is when we are going to switch over to our actual online documentation from LDO. And we'll go through some of the wiring information here. And I'll make this a little bit bigger because we're going to go through and look at some of this ahead of time before we actually start into some things. So clean up a couple of things real fast. Okay. So on our LDO kit, we do have a separate wiring guide, and it does walk us through a lot of things. So on the Rev C kit, we use pre-cut, pre-terminated cables that are included with the kit. Mains wiring should be performed by certified personnel trained in local regulations, safety laws, blah, blah, blah. Standard disclaimer, right? Hey, Donner. Good morning. Yes, we are going to be doing electronics work. In fact, I'm going to take a quick sip of coffee. So basically, we've done some I'll say pre-work. We've got all of our boards and stuff on their mounts. We just installed the in-stop pod. And now we're basically switching from the Voron documentation directly to the LDO documentation because we're going to start working on the electronics bay. It talks about the tools, a lot of things that are pre-wired, like on the bed, the heating pad is already joined, the thermal fuse already installed, the hot end thermistor and cartridge are already done, crimped and cut to length. The hot end fans and part cooling fan are already pre-wired and have the connectors installed. The Z probe already is cut to length, but we will not be using the Z probe because we are going to be using Voron tap. So that's another slight deviation there. And the electrical chamber cooling fans have been pre-crimped and cut to length, as well as the filter fan. So I love this. It talks about, it's about 11 o'clock here. I'm on my first cup of coffee, trying to finish off my my protein shake as well. So it's a slow roll morning. I love that it talks about above deck wiring. And then the first thing it talks about is the Z motors. And really what it's talking about is on our Z motors instead of, let me see something. We do this. So instead, on a normal LDO kit, your motor wire should be coming out in this direction towards the center. They tell you to flip the motor 180 degrees so that the connector and therefore the wiring comes out directly towards the side skirts. Not sure exactly why. I think it could go either way based on the wiring diagram that you'll see a little bit later, but we're following along. We're following along. So we did get that set up when we installed the motors. It does talk about insulating the Z probe. We're not going to worry about that just yet because we're not going to use the Z probe. Wiring the toolhead PCB, we will come back to this, partly because this first piece here where it says connect the inductive probe or clicky to the probe port. Note that for clicky, the 24-volt pin is not connected, right? Because clicky is just an end stop, so you don't use the power pin. You just use signal and the ground. If you're using the tap probe, make sure the probe PCB is compatible with 24 volt. The CNC tap is not 24 volt compatible. It is only 5 volt. So we need to change something on the tool head. That's why I said we will get into that a little bit later when we actually do the install of the tool head. But basically, we're going to change this probe port, which is ground, signal, and 24 volt. We're going to change this 24 volt to a 5 volt, and I'll show you how we do that. And then, of course, the wiring that's set up for the CNC tap, it's pre-wired as power, ground, signal. So we'll just have to repin that connector so that it's ground, signal, power. No big deal. It's just pop the pins out and put them in a correct order. But it's just something we have to remember. But we'll come back to that when we do the install of the tool head. It does talk about assembling the nozzle probe. And here's a better picture of where you put in your two bolts, and they're going through the side of the end stop and into the printed part using the M2x10 self-tapping screws. We will not be installing this though, but I just wanted to show you how to build it. Here is that part for the bed heater. Once again, we'll do this once we get to the bed heater. Or I guess we can at least, yeah, let's go ahead and put this together and get it mounted. We can do that while we're here so it's ready. We'll flip our printer back over. And we're going to install a couple of Wagos and that one board. So let me grab this board and let me see if I can find where my Wagos are. Not there, not there, not there. There's the Wagos. Okay. So they do provide a couple of Wagos. Let me go ahead and switch our views so you see what I'm doing. So they do provide a couple of Wagos. See if I can't find a better place for that to sit for the time being. And we'll need this part here, right? Good morning, subsector. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. So we're going to take our Wagos, and our flip up levers, of course, are facing out. And what I do is I just try and press fit the end like that. And then while pushing down, I will push it in. so it stays between these pinch sides here. And all we're trying to do is get it pushed back in there so that the back comes under this back lip, and then the front will line up with that. So there's that. The back's down now. Push that in. There we go. Then you heard it click. So that's what your Wago would look like when it's fully installed. So we'll push our two Wagos in. And then we're going to look for this little circuit board. Now this little circuit board, what did I just do? Oh, is in the pack that has all of our toolhead boards and other circuit boards. And we are looking for the dual 2-pin JST. Okay, hopefully you can see that. 2-pin JST dual board. And let me see if I can tell in which direction they install it. Okay. Looks like they install it so that the fastener clips will go towards the right or towards the back of the printer is how they got it installed. So we're just going to mount that there with a couple of M3x6 button head cap screws. Drop that back down. So M3x6 button head cap screws. Too hot to do anything? Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty nice yesterday. Like right now it's 86 degrees at 11 o'clock. Yesterday it was pretty nice. I did go out and mow the lawn. Well, not the whole lawn. I mowed, so my sodded areas didn't really need to be mowed, but it was I'll say my ditch areas that were seeded, because the grass is a different type of grass and it grows like super, super fast. So I went out and cut that portion and did some parts of my neighbor's yard as well. And then, yeah, took care of that stuff. Now, this is going to get installed on this inside left rail here with M5x10 button head cap screws. So we will need our M5 rolling T-nuts. We'll get those installed. Yeah, but I went out and did that at like 7:30 last night, so it was not as hot because, yeah, it's been crazy hot. So I'm just going to move these around. We'll align a little bit later, but I'm just going to try and line up my T-nuts with the holes so that we can get this installed loosely. Apparently that one's not all the way in. There we go. I think that's lined up. We're going to use our M5x10s. Too hot to print the Baby Belt Pro parts? Uh-oh. So once again, we're going to install this with the way goes towards the front of the printer. And our thermistor towards the back of the printer. We're just trying to get these started, and we'll rearrange, basically move it forward a little bit. Does it kind of give us a little indication of about where to put this? And we'll go about there. So this will allow us to do our wiring and then run it down the hole in the back here. Once again, we'll have the thermistors and the JSTs, and then the bed and these front two pieces. And we'll install the bed kind of last, so we will come back to this a little bit later. Once again, normally we'd have the bed probe right back here. We're not going to install the bed probe. And eventually we're also going to put the our Nevermore right here. So they do provide the parts for the Nevermore, but they provide parts for a Nevermore 5, and we're going to install a Nevermore 6. I don't think there's anything that needs to be done differently to do that. One thing I'm going to show you here, and I may have to just do it with pictures because I'm not sure if this is going to show up. So, okay. There are 3 pads right here next to my finger. By default, the middle and, well, come on. So there's 3 pads right here where my finger is, right above this double row of pins. By default, the left and middle pad are connected. That's providing 24 volt to the probe. What you have to do is with a razor blade, you have to cut through the PCB to disconnect those 2 pads. Okay? And once you do that, you'll have to check the continuity to make sure that they have been fully disconnected, and then you'll solder the center pad and the right pad together, which is what I've done here, and that will turn the probe port from 24 to 5 volt. And then you definitely want to double check the continuity and make sure its continuity is with that 5 volt pin. And let me see. I tried to take some pictures, and we'll see if this comes out or not. So this is what we're looking at. The 24 volt side and the center pole, because the center pole is what connects to this bottom pin here, which is the power pin for the probe. So these 2 are connected by default. What you have to do is cut that connection somewhere in here. There we go. You have to use a sharp knife or a sharp pick or something and scratch through that connection. And it takes a bit. You've got to get down there a little bit because it's all these traces are underneath the top of the board. So you have to cut through these traces here, and then you'll do a continuity check to make sure this 24 volt and this pin, this bottom pin here, are not, there's no continuity between this pad and this pin. Once that's good, then you'll put a little bit of flux on these 2 pads, you'll tin the pads, and then you'll basically solder these 2 pads together. Okay, and that's what I did here. It's a bit of a solder blob, but that's what you have to do because of these 2 pads. So you just have to connect these 2 pads, and then once again, you'll check continuity between the solder blob and this bottom pin, and if you've got continuity, then your probe is now a 5 volt probe. Okay? So that's what we got to do, and we'll touch base on that again when we get to doing the tool head on Tuesday. Oh, wow, subsector. Yeah, I had an issue the other day where my the AC circuit upstairs here shut off. And I couldn't figure out what was going on. The circuit breaker wasn't tripped. I checked all the circuit breakers. The downstairs cooling circuit was still working. So I've got a single AC unit with two different zones coming off of it, which have their own, I'll say, plenum air gate for the duct. So the thermostat up here would open that duct. Well, it wasn't opening the duct, so there was no AC flowing upstairs. So it was hot. It was like 80 plus degrees in here when I was streaming on Wednesday night. The AC guy came out on Thursday. Well, guess what happened Thursday morning? I started getting some airflow upstairs. There's an issue with the plenum where it's still not opening up all the way. So they're going to replace that air gate plenum on the duct. But I do have some cooling, so I was able to start the printers because basically what happened was the TMC drivers overheated on my printers and it shut all my printers down, like hard stop, right in the middle of prints. So I lost a couple of prints that were like 90% done, which sucked, but we move on. So let me switch our view back to our web browser. So we did install this. We're not going to install the nozzle probe. We'll do the bed itself later on. Lights. We will do LED strips. I wasn't planning on doing the LED strips today. I do have the stuff to actually build them. Let me take a quick look and see if these things are pre-wired. If they are, then we'll install them. If they're not, and I'm going to have to do some soldering, then we'll wait for another day. Yeah, if the cables are pre-done, then we'll go ahead and install them. If they're not, then we will just work our way around other parts. And it looks like I'll come over here to this section, but they are pre-done, soldered and crimped. So it looks like we'll go ahead and install these. It's going to be nice since they've been wound up pretty tight for a while. I'm just going to try and stretch these back out. So we'll install these real fast. So to install these, you'll need to print out a series of clips. I'll probably have to keep going back for more. So our PCB junction is going to go over. Sorry, let me switch the view. So our PCB junction is going to go up on the inside rail here, and we'll have one of these with a short connector, so that will obviously be this side to be able to go over to that junction box. And then the other side will be over here, and then we'll route our cable around to the junction box. So in order to build our light bars, what I always do is I take one of my one of my clips, and I'll just kind of clip it in there and see how it would clip in. And that tells me how I'm going to install these or install the lights in here. So this would clip like that. So I'm going to install my lights through it this way. And there's a channel, there's a channel right there where you would install your lights on. So bring you guys back down here where it's a little bit easier for me to work. So we're going to take our piece, we're going to take our lights, and it's going to slide right into that channel, just like that. And we're just going to slide these through to the end. Now these lights, interestingly, are a lot looser than the ones that I had purchased previously. And each one of these is just for an individual light. These are a shroud that will kind of prevent the light from coming in at you and focus it down. So you'll just print off as many of these as you need based on the amount of lights that you're going to install. And they're just going to slide on here. You want to make sure that you're putting them all in the same orientation. Basically, there's one of these little shrouds for each one of the LEDs. Nice, bang, boom. Last couple may be a little bit tricky to get on here. Okay. Yep, I had a feeling that was going to happen. So what we're going to do is we're going to take these clips and it's going to just press fit into our extrusion, right? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this first one. I'm going to try and check out how long my strip is. And it's pretty much going to go the full length. So what I'm going to do is take this first one and put it at the front, right next to our front idler. And what that'll allow me to do is then slip the front edge of this one in. Let me see if I can't raise you guys up and then give you a different view here. Actually, Let me rephrase that. I'm going to swap you guys around. Actually, let's just go to the big screen. Didn't even think about it. So we're going to put this first one right here up against the front, because looking at our string of lights, we kind of lay them on there. Ay, ay, ay. Anyhow, as you can see, the string of lights is pretty much going to cover the whole area. So once we get these on here again, we find the ones that I dropped. Did we drop just one? Or at least one on the ground. That's kind of a pain. I'm going to install a couple of these clips up here. And the reason it's kind of a pain is the actual light strip itself is very loose in here, where the one that I built for the Trident, the strip light is pretty tight in this section. So it just depends on which brand you get. So what I did was, I've kind of got my strip out here, and I know I still have 4 over on the side. So what this should allow me to do is take this end strip and line it up and push it in. Through those 4. And then I'll be able to start clipping these in one at a time now that I've got, I'll say a start. And once again, it's, it's whether you start at the top and then push down. You're just trying to get the clips that are on the back of these into the rail. Like so. Just make sure our strip is pushed all the way down. And if it's not, we'll just try and move it down. I'll have to flip that around to see if I can't work on it a tad bit to get that. Oh, nope, it's all the way in. So there we go. That's one light strip installed. Now we're going to do the same thing over on this other side. And once again, it may be easier just to start by putting a clip on there and then seeing how the strip itself will go in. So kind of like we did before, we'll leave 1 or 2, or we'll put 1 or 2 on here. And then it'll just be a matter of putting the rest on our strip itself once we figure out which direction it goes. 18 lights. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yep, 18 on each side. So We'll grab some more of our clips. Should have enough here. So we've got 3 up there, so I need to add 15. I'm going to look at how this is going to slide in here and how my clip is going to clip in to the rail. So I know I have to slide them in a specific direction. So in this case, I'm going through the flat side, and I'm just going to push these on here. 2. Yep. And so what this will allow us to do is we'll feed in this strip for first 3, and then we'll start putting the clips in on this side. Again, whether you start off at the bottom or the top, shouldn't really matter. As far as which end of the little clip you put in first, I'd be easier with how I'm doing it right now to kind of wedge it in from the top and then push the bottom in tight. And as you can see here, I'm running out of room because I don't have my lights all the way down in here. So I'm going to need to kind of push these tight. If we're tied all the way up against the front, we're going to put our last couple of pieces on here. And we now have our 2 strips. They should appear like one flat piece, even though they are multi-segmented. Yep, we do have the lights. We need to put our board will go right here according to the instructions. So we'll put our extra little clips in there. Instructions. I'm going to take a quick gander at this real fast. Oh yeah, my buddy Evil Diesel, he had the water heater go out. He got that fixed, and the AC went out. He got that fixed, and then he had a issue with his car. So I think that was one of my streams that got delayed, was having to help run him around to get the parts he needed to fix the car. It was something like, it was the brake sensor itself that had failed, and the way the car is, it wouldn't let it go. It wouldn't let it go into gear if the brakes were seen as failed. So thanks for the alert, K2 Kevin. And then, yeah, we found that having a home warranty is a godsend. It's always helpful to have. Okay, so we've got this put in place. I'm going to take a gander back at our instructions. Whoops. Instructions. There we go. Includes two LED strips to install as ceiling lighting for your printer. Please remember to mount using the printed parts, which we did. I was like, what part is it talking about? So we do need a printed part, and we're going to need another one of our little boards. So there are some printed, oops, let me switch screens. There are some little printed parts like this, and these are used to go into, well, let me put it this way. It'll go into the groove here and let you mount that board, but still provide electrical isolation for the board. Let's put that right there. And that board is going to be in here. And this is going to be a one of the 3x2 boards. The other 3x2 board will be used for the 60/20 fans underneath. So we'll grab this. We're going to use M3x8, and it calls for actually using hammerhead nuts to install it. That's kind of interesting. Give me 1 second, because I'm going to have to ream these out a little bit. Reamers out here for the day. Yeah, and especially when using hammerhead T-nuts, you definitely want to make sure that your printed part holes are through holes, and that you're not threading a screw through a part. Hey, Evil Diesel, how's it going? Just burn the lawn? Yeah. Well, and like I said, I was out late last night doing the lawn because I was like, there's no way I was going to do it in the middle of the day when it's like 85, 90 degrees. So I went ahead and did it. Started it at like 7:30 last night and finished it. Finished as much weed eating as I could along the edges using the street lamp lights until I ran out of gas in the weed eater, and then I was just like, okay, I'm done. Okay, so I'm going to mount this so that my retention clips, are at the top. So we're going to line this up, and this is going to get mounted right here in the corner. Let me switch view. Yeah, not that view. I'm going to be playing with some cameras here, so. If I can't give you guys a little bit. Yeah, so we're going to mount this right up here in the corner using our hammerhead T-nuts, which we're going to hope and pray work a lot better, which they do, than in the last frame that I used. Okay, and I think these are all tied together, so I don't think it makes a difference of how they get, you know, which outlet they get installed in. Wait a minute. No, they don't want. They want me to mount it here on the side rail. So let's undo that, and then we'll put it in the right place. They want us to mount it vertically on the side rail here. Well, that's interesting. Once again, I'm going to plan on tucking it up, but if we need to move it a little bit later, we can. And this, I think we kind of just bring it right around the back side of the belt, and we'll plug it in. I'm going to plug it in the middle. We'll have to figure that out. The top one, we're going to bring it around the back side behind our roller. And then we're going to loop it up here and bring it right down through the channel. Okay. And we're going to have a piece that goes in this channel that will hold it there. And that's in one of our cable troughs. Evil Diesel, how are you doing? Okay, so we get provided some of this, whatchamacallit, it's, they go in the channels. So what we'll need to do is just figure out where we need to cut this at and then give it a cut. Leave a little bit of gap on either side here so we can bring the wires back down and out. And we'll just snip these with a pair of our snips because it's plastic. And once again, what that's going to allow us to do is bring our wires in here, get them nice and tight, and cover our, cover our trough here, our extrusion. Make sure your wires are in there when you start laying this in. And as you can see, I left a little bit of a gap there at the end so my wire can come out and plug in. I'm going to put this one into the top. And then for this little bit of excess here, we'll figure something out. Maybe we'll just kind of put it right in there. If we've got, with the little off end that we clipped, we'll just clip another little piece and put it right there to cover that up. We'll just keep things out of the way, nice and neat. Probably won't be completely invisible, but we'll do what we can to get our wires to be as invisible as possible and nice and clean. And get the thing started. Oh, splicing more mechanism files? Gotcha. Let me rotate this around so it's easier for me to see and work on before I lose my ever-loving mind. There we go. And that keeps these wires nice and tight and out of the way. And then we'll bring the other one from here, and it'll go straight down this channel, once again using our plastic strips to cover it as we bring it down the channel here. And then we'll loop it in down here at the back. And I'm going to cover the slots with your LED. Oh, that's great. They routed it underneath instead of right up at the top here. So, but whether you do it here or you do it here, I don't think it's going to matter because there's nothing that mount along that top edge anyhow. So this edge right here works just as well as doing it on the underside. So, and I do have the modified part here printed that we'll use to cover it. So let me find the extension cable. That would be the LED extension cable. Going to be one of these. Filter fan, PCB fan, bed thermistor, Z-stop, LED strip. And as always, when you're using the cables that they provide, the end that has the little, whoops, that has the tag on it, saying LED strip, put that down at the bottom underneath the deck towards your stuff. It'll make your life easier. So I'm just going to take this wire and sneak it in there into the channel. Plug it in here at the bottom. And then once again, we'll cut a piece of our stripping and get it put in there. Oh man, your battery went out on the car? Oh yeah, batteries are expensive. I had to get one for my lawnmower, even though it's 3 years old. Apparently it died during the wintertime because I wasn't trickle charging it. So now I have a trickle charger, but yeah, that sucked. Yeah. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to kind of measure where this needs to come up to and where I will need to cut it. This might be a little bit of fun. Let me see if I can't move this up higher. And yes, I'm holding the printer up by the gantry to make the gantry go up. So it's going to be easier to be able to get this cable strip started low and then run it up. It'd be easier to start it low and then run it up. And once again, just make sure that your cable's in the trough as you're bringing this down. And then this is just going to come over and down through the back here. I'm just going to route it down underneath the deck. Actually, it may show it actually coming down through here and then down under, but no, it can't go down through there. It's got to go here. So we'll just make it jump over there, and we will address that in a minute. So lights, done. And what do we got next? Sorry about that, guys. I think my plug had come unloose, and I found another one of my clips. So What's next on the to-do list is, yeah, there'll be a printed part that we'll put down here. Yeah, we'll do that later when it happens. We'll do that later. Now we start talking about the underdeck. Let me get that brought back up here. Hey, Steve Builds, good morning. Good morning. How are you doing? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. We are working on our Voron 2.4 from the LDO Motors kit. We've been doing just some, I'll say, basic stuff of we've been going through the LDO electronics section. So we just fitted our LED lights, and we got our LED light. Sorry, one second. We got our LED light strips installed on both sides, and we got our little JST board here. I did route the wire up here. I could pull it out and route it up underneath like they were saying do, but I think we've got it pretty good and well out of the way right now. So I think we're good there. Next up is we're heading up underneath the deck, and we're going to start doing some LDO stuff underneath the deck. Awesome. Well, thank you for joining, Steve Builds. God, I know I watch your streams on Sundays all the time. So glad you're finally able to catch one of my streams. Well, I guess while we're at it, we'll go ahead and we'll pull these stoppers before I forget about them, and we go to do an actual printer move later on and can't figure out why things aren't working right. So the next up is it starts talking about prepping the inlet, which I did verify that our power inlet is correct. We have prepped the PSU and mounted it. We will need to do some things on our octopus board. And first off is to make sure that we only have the prescribed jumpers. So we're only going to leave one of the jumpers on the motors. So we're going to take a bunch of these out. It wants us to make sure that all of our fans are set to 24 volts, which they are. And we need to move this jumper here over one. So I'm going to go ahead and work on removing those. And the easiest way that I've found to do that is just to take your tweezers and kind of hook it in there and pull it out. So what we want is one jumper, and it's going to be on the second one from the left at each motor position, and it's going to be on the top two pins. So all the other jumpers on a... So the board comes with all the jumpers on it. We want to remove 3 of them so it looks like this one here. Okay, and we're going to do that for all of our ports, or all of our motor ports. Once again, all I'm doing is I'm taking one of my lead, or one of the pieces, or the one of my tweezer ends and just hooking it underneath and then pulling out the jumpers. That's pretty much the easiest way that I've found to do this. And I go through and do this on every motor port so that I know if I ever have to adjust and switch over to a different motor port, that they're all configured the same. It's just a matter of moving the cable and changing the pins in the printer config file. So I'm just going to verify that I removed all the right ones. And once again, all of them are just in that second position there from the left. Okay. Then all of our power fan or the power jumpers for our fans are all on the bottom. That's the 24 volt fan setting is all the way at the bottom. They go 5, 12, 24. The probe port over here, it shows to being moved all the way to the left. So we'll do that. We'll move that one from the right all the way to the left. Okay. And we don't need the power one, right? Because that's the one that allows you to run the Octopus off of the USB 5 volt. So this jumper right here would allow you to plug the board in through and basically pull power through the USB connector. And normally you do that to flash it initially. We'll leave that. And we'll go ahead and take it out if we need to. We can always pop it back in. Okay. So we've got that done. Now the next thing it talks about is make sure the headers on the Octopus and adapter PCB line up correctly. And that's going to be these sets of connectors right here. Okay. So let me grab that board. Not this one. Not this one, not that one. This toolhead block. Cables. What I do with the... Oh, here it is. Is that in here? Yes. That's another board in here. So what we've got is this little adapter board here. And this side is going to plug into the board. And that's going to provide this connector, this microfit connector here. And what this is going to do is provide the 5 volt over to our Raspberry Pi. So we just need to make sure that all of our pins line up, and it looks like they do. They're in the right side. And that goes on just like that. And once again, this will provide the 5 volt to the Raspberry Pi, which is why we don't need the RS-25-5 power supply. Then it wants us to work on the Raspberry Pi. There is going to be another adapter board for the Raspberry Pi. Oops. 1 second, let me get all my little jumpers put away here before I hit them and knock them everywhere and have to dig through the carpet to try and get them out. So Steve, how's everything going? Are you ready to start the what is it? It's a VZBot build stream with Daniel tomorrow? Because you're going to be on his Wednesday streams and he's going to be on your Sunday streams, correct? Once again, I think we got everything done there. We're going to grab our Raspberry Pi. This is my Raspberry Pi. It was running Clipper before, but we will go ahead and redo the Clipper install on this and follow the guide just because why not? Doing some final stuff today. Cool. Okay. So it talks about putting it on the bracket. We did use the beefy bracket, so we've got the two ding clips. Doing the one right in the middle on the Voron side, it feels like it flops a lot. So this should provide a lot better stability for it. It talks about putting a heatsink on. I already have a heatsink here. If it interferes with the PCB that we're going to add here, then I will take it off and put a different one on that they provided. But it shouldn't. It shouldn't. So install the Pi adapter PCB onto the GPIO header. So now I need to find that because I don't think it was in the same. Yeah, it's not in that package. Let's see. Not there. Okay. Inlet terminal. Okay, I'm not seeing the adapter for the Pi side of things. Not being called out in here. Good morning, Daddy Wazzy. How are you doing? Okay, I'm not sure if we're missing a board or if I'm just missing a board. Hey, Dennis Designs, how are you today? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. I am on the search for a board that we're going to need for our Raspberry Pi, and I'm not seeing it. Clicky kit, this kit. So bear with me momentarily. And actually, by momentarily, I mean just bear with me. We're gonna go without it for right now. If we need to, we'll. I will look for it later tonight, and we'll get to it when we actually go to connect it up and apply power. So installing the DIN rails. Here's where I'm going to need to lay some things down again. Let me move some things around. Trying to decide if I want to. Yeah, we'll lay it down. So it wants us to install our den rails, which we have. They are a little loose, so they can be moved around a little bit, which is what it does call for. We do have our plastic end caps on them. So this is a LDO Motors Voron 2.4 kit. Yeah, Sunlu makes a pretty good shiny black PETG. And I think so does Jesse. Jesse PLA does as well. Sunlu you should be able to get off Amazon. And of course the Jesse PLA, or excuse me, Jesse Black PETG. Make sure you get the Jet Black PETG, would come from Printed Solid. Definitely need to stay up on the coffee here. So first it starts with cutting the wire ducts. The top and bottom ducts are going to be approximately 25 centimeters. So there should be one long set of duct work, which is what we've got. One long piece here. And this is the one we're going to cut to our 25 centimeters, which should give us two. Let me just mark this so I can then cut it. See if that does in fact give us about two. Yep, that would definitely give us two. Now we just need to cut this. I'm assuming standards, well, it's plastic, so we should be able to just snip through it with our snips. And of course, it's going to come right between two of our or right down the middle of a piece, so that'll be fun. That's interesting. And of course, this is going to probably, let's see if standard scissors will work a little bit easier. Because unfortunately, I do have aviation snips, but they're going to be downstairs, and that will be, I know those will work on this, but and also need to do the top cover. Get these cut. They're not going to look pretty, but they'll still work. So we're going to mount our cable ducts They're going to go at the top and the bottom. Okay. So great. So it actually talks about putting the ducts on there, but it hadn't told us to actually mount anything on here yet. So we'll do the top. VHB tape. And that one would be here. And actually, you know what? I've already got some VHB tape opened up, so I'm going to just grab that. It is the same exact thing. It is, same exact thing. I'm just going to use the one that I just recently got in from KB3D for the last build. So, bear with me for a second. The wire is running out on me, or not out on me, but moving around on me. There we go. Move that as far back as we can. We're going to just put some VHB tape on here. Now, we don't need to put a ton. You don't want to like run a strip the full length of this, or heaven forbid, if you should ever have to take this off and reposition in it, you will probably destroy things trying to do that. So we're just going to do a couple of small strips. Maybe about an inch long. One in each end and maybe one in the middle if we think we need it. A little shorter piece in the middle. And while I have this out, I'm just going to go ahead and put VHB tape on all of my, I'm just going to put VHB tape on all of the rails, or the cable troughs. Not that thick, but I can tell you it's a lot stickier than the stuff I had bought originally and was using off of Amazon. So, which was also a 3M brand, but it was more of a thicker gray, where this is a black tape. The other one I had was more like a gray color, and it was a little bit thicker than this. And these are a little bit longer pieces, so we'll do about 3 same size pieces just on the ends and in the middle. Yeah, it's about 1 millimeter thick. That's what it looks like. Yeah, it's about 1 millimeter, maybe just a tad more than 1 millimeter thick. But it works real nice. It's definitely sticky. The last set that I got, like I said, which I bought off Amazon, which is also a 3M brand, we'll call it more of a medium bond tape versus the very high bond tape. I'm going to have to do like goof off on my scissors. Oh, it actually landed on the plastic side, not the adhesive side. So if it landed on the adhesive side on the carpet, I probably wouldn't have been able to reliably use it because it would have pulled up a bunch of crap off the carpet. I still need to clean it a bit. But yeah, like I said, even the sides here are super sticky. Okay, so we did all that. We're going to start off by putting the one up at the top. And it doesn't matter. We're just going to take one of the ones that we cut. Make sure that that's on there good. And then you may be able to use your fingernail. You may have to use like an edge of an X-Acto blade or something to get this started. Yeah, there are definitely so many different types of VHB. And of course, there's 3M has licensed it. So you can get multiple manufacturers that are making it. It's just whether or not they're representing it appropriately when they're advertising it. Steve, you missed my Trident build. But I will tell you, it came out well. It is churning around behind me. It's printing ABS parts right now for my Imperial Mandalorian Commando armor. It and the Voron have been going pretty non-stop working on that Imperial armor set. Printing it out in ABS. So it says take this and stick it slightly above these two. So just find a good place and hopefully we got it somewhat level. Give it a good push. Oops, sorry. Give it a good push. There's just top duct. So this is the front, which would be the top duct. Back's down here with the holes. And So we've got our duct in here. Now it says install the electronical components. So that would be the next step. And we're going to install them based on the diagram we have down here. So we're going to start off with our power supply. And our compression side is on this side, which is going to go on the inside. I guess we're going to need to lock our DIN rails down before we do anything else. So the 2.4 was the one that was built based off the parts I won at Rocky Mountain. And come on. This is going to be tight on there. I'm just looking at this, and this seems like it's a pretty tight fit. Oh, there we go. We'll move that up some. Yeah, so let me jump over here and switch camera feed real fast. So this 2.4 right here, known as Fay Dragon, is the one that was built using the parts that I won at Rocky Mountain Rep Rat Fest. So it's the Polymaker Purple ASA and Sparta 3D Sparkle Fluorescent Pink, right? And so that's the setup that I won at Rocky Mountain where I won the printed parts. The frame and most of the motion parts and everything came from Tensor 3D. I bought the frame for this Voron and that Trident from Tensor 3D at Rocky Mountain Rep Rat Fest. And then I won a part, so I figured, okay, the Voron's going first. So I built this one first. Yeah, this one is running printed tap. And I don't have the lights installed yet, but I've got the stuff to put lights on it. It's running Stealthburner with CAN bus and a Revo hot end. The Trident was a lot of parts for that came from KB3D, and as well as the vinyl side panels here. And I've posted some pictures of those on Twitch. And those came out really nice because they've got my new channel logo on them. Thanks to Chris at KB3D. And this one is Sparta 3D Fluorescent Red, Sparkle Fluorescent Red with Sparta 3D Sparkle Old Copper color. And now we're building the LDO Voron 2.4 kit. LDO did give me, we'll say, quite the deal on this kit. So it's not a fully sponsored kit, but I did get a pretty hefty discount on the kit. Right, so, and this is the full kit. The only thing that did not come in the kit was the Raspberry Pi. And that I had on hand. Yeah, one benefit of having a wife with long fingernails. Can you help me peel the backing off this extra sticky tape? Yeah. Whoops, darn it. So we're placing our components. So we've got our power supply up here. We have also checked it already and made sure it's on 115 versus 230. Excuse me, I'm going to put my head in the way and triple check that. Yep, we got it at 115. Raspberry Pi is going to go up here at the top once I figure out what I did with it. And it looks like our USB cables and stuff are facing the inside here. So I'm going to kind of put this right up close to the top. Good gracious, these things are... DIN rails are pretty tight. Oh, these must be the real thing DIN rails. He's even trying to bend them up. They're not going on there real easy. See if we can't open the ends up a bit before I decide to snap my Raspberry Pi in half. I know there's some differences in tolerances of rails and stuff, but dang, that's okay. Both sides clip or just one? Yep, both sides clipped. Okay, good. Here we go. So we got our Raspberry Pi up there now. Whoops. Change back over to this view. We got a Raspberry Pi up here. Once again, it's kind of moving up at the top. Next up is going to be our octopus board. And I'm just going to preemptively give a little bit of a file on this one side to see if I can't open it up just a little bit more. Okay, just a little bit of space. Really don't like how this board kind of bends. All right, I'm going to have to put this up and then we'll put it back down afterwards. I'm afraid I'm going to like snap a board in half. Like, I'm really seriously worried. Like, there's a part of me that's thinking I just want to undo the screws, get the clips on there, and then we'll screw it back down, which is weird. The only thing I can think of is this, the DIN rail itself, because I know the DIN rail specs. Let me rephrase it. The specs don't fluctuate. The build to specs fluctuate depending on who actually manufactures them and whether or not they're done to a good standard. And I just do not want to like snap the board or crack a board, because that would kind of end the build quickly. Oof. I put that one. No, I put that on the right way. One of these days, I will get the other camera set up, so we'll have an overhead camera, which will make this stuff a little bit easier. Yes, let me switch over to this one so you can see me this way. Yeah, so basically what I did was I just unscrewed the board from the mount and clipped the mounts in, because I was seriously getting afraid that I was going to crack the board trying to get this in, and we'll just mount it back up now that we got the clips in. If we need to move the clips, we can do that slightly. You know what? I have a feeling too. This is steel DIN rail, and all the DIN rail I've used so far to date has been aluminum. So I wonder if that has something to do with it as well. I'm sure the aluminum will give and bend a little bit, where the steel is like, nah, I'm good. So we got that installed back there. Next up is, I was like, what is that? That's the breakout board will get mounted down here. So we still need to assemble that. Our bed. The SSR for the bed gets mounted, and it gets moved all the way down to the very end, right up against the end stop, and then we'll put our terminals here, and I will need to look at that documentation on how to put those in. Okay, and connecting the terminals, closing in blocks. So let's see what we have as far as these terminals go. Blue, red, in cap for spacers. Grounds are yellow, green halves. It looks like we got 2 red, 2 blue, 2 yellow, and 2 gray. Ten position bridge, cover plates, and end blocks. Okay. So it looks like we'd have our 2 reds and then our 2 blues with a separator between them. We'll do it this way. So it just kind of locks in like that. Do our 2 reds. Then we'll have a spacer, which should just clip on there. We got our 2 reds, then our 2 blues. Another spacer block, spacer slash isolator block. Thinking I might have to move these things down some more. Our grounds, which are going to be half green, half yellow. These are our ground blocks. Where's these clip? I think that'll be the how do these ones work? First terminals. So I've got to loosen the screw in the middle because that actually loosens and tightens the one of the legs. So there we go. And so these provide a direct contact to the rail, and because of that, it provides a ground or an earth ground to the entire rail. So everything that's attached to the den rail will be grounded. Come on. Okay, so that provides grounding for our rail. You shouldn't need the other end cap. Ah, okay. And then we will use these. Apparently, we'll cut these and we'll place them down in the middle and screw them down, and that will provide connectivity between our red and our blue blocks, and even our, not sure if it does it for the ground, but it does it for the blue and the red. Okay. And then we'll have end blocks that'll go at the very end to keep everything in place and from moving. These things keep snapping off with a little tab on one end. If that'll work. Put that down there. Grab a couple screws. Your leg is flaring. All right, Evil Diesel, relax, enjoy it. I've got 4 screws here. They are, how are these? We're getting these screw blocks in. Like I said, this is doing these little metal strips are ganging each one of these into one big either red or so live or neutral. Grounds will be separate. There is no connection for the grounds that I can tell, because they're each making contact with the DIN rail, so everything that gets connected into one side or the other. It doesn't feel like it's screwed down all the way, so let me grab my Phillips and see if I can crank on a little bit more. It feels like it's tightened down. All right, now we need to install the two end blocks, and they look like they've got screw down terminals to basically lock them so that your positions don't move. So what we're going to do is take the one side, tighten it down. Hey, Western One, how are you doing? Need the bigger screwdriver. There's no electrical connections on this one. We're just tightening it down to the rail and now provide basically an end stop to keep the blocks from moving around. I'll try and loosen my grounds just a little bit so I can slide them, and I'll slide them all up against the end stop here. And get them all tied against the end stop on one side. Get my grounds back down. Then my blocks are good and tight. Put the other stop at the other end. There's not a lot of room on this side. Those are nice and good and tight now. Looks like we have a few extra pieces. We got some ferrules there that we can use later. I'll put this stuff in the bag. We'll grab those ferrules later if we need them. Switch back to our main wiring guide, and I think we've got everything laid out except for we need our other piece here. Just woke up, Westry? Slacker. Hey, Comfortably Dumb, how are you doing? Yeah, everything so far is looking pretty nice and tidy. I do need to put another board right here, which is it's the main, whatchamacallit, breakout board for under the deck. So we'll get that installed. Those over there, back where they're at. So we've got that board. We do need to grab one of the LDO parts. One DIN clip and that. We'll need some of our M2x10 self-tappers to install the board on there, and away we will go. Okay, Timur. Yeah, so far this has gone together pretty well. Oh, that's not right. 25.5. Do I have another DIN clip in here? Yes, no, maybe so. No other DIN clip there. Oh no, I'm short one DIN clip. Where do I have? All right, give me 1 second. I think I need to run downstairs real fast because I think I do have another DIN clip downstairs. That's kind of a technical yes and a technical no. So I have another DIN clip. It's just on a mount that I was going to use downstairs, and it's black instead of orange, but it's underneath, so it won't be that big of a deal. So this particular is another Beefy Pie mount that I was going to use for the belt printer downstairs, but it'll work in a pinch right here. I'm just going to attach that DIN clip with some M2 by 10 self-tapping socket head cap screws, like the rest of our DIN clips. And then we'll have our breakout board. And our breakout board, let's see here what, Let's see if I can tell what orientation it needs to be in. Looks like the main plug's going to be facing the middle point here, which makes sense. So it's how everything else is installed. I'll go like this. It looks like we're going to use some more of our M2x10 self-tappers. So subsector, I'm not sure if you're still here or not, but have a good day. Thank you for stopping in. Hope everything's going well. So how's Miss Mia doing, Westry? Is she still mending well? No real issues? So this board, seriously. There we go. So this board, what it's going to do is the 14-pin connector from the toolhead is going to come all the way down to here, and then it's going to break out, and you'll do smaller jumpers from this board over to the controller that's going to be right next to it. So it should provide some cleaner wiring for us in the long run. So let's see if this goes on nicely or if I'm going to have to crank and yank on this one too. Thought went on there. Come on. Okay, this one just looks like it has some swarf in the way. There we go. So there's that breakout board, our main controller board, our Raspberry Pi, and we've got everything up there. This I'm just going to throw over there because we're not using it. Okay. Grab my N2x10 self-tappers and get them up out of the way before I knock them all over the floor. Those are going to be those would be worse than Legos. And let's come back to our browser view. Doing well. Scab's almost gone. Her energy's back up. Good. Good, good. I'm glad she's doing better. So we got everything laid out. We installed our UK 2.5 terminals. And now we need to install our left, middle, and right. And of course, our lower cable trough. Now looking at that, even if I put that right at the end of these two, that's going to be really, really tight. All right. So there we go. We'll get that installed. So we need to install the rest of our cable troughs. This VHB tape, like I said, is kind of the biggest pain in the butt to get started. Or I mean, get the adhesive or the adhesive protective stuff started. Once you get it started, it'll peel off. But trying to get the corner up is a major pain in the tuchus. I'm just going to kind of center this. And install it. Well, I'm realizing my views just aren't the best on these things. So, all right, so that one's installed. Now we need to do the other two. And this one, it's not really going to matter so much. Please tell me I just didn't put the... Okay. These won't matter that much. We just need to make sure that they get in here. And unfortunately, as you can see, this is going to be beyond a tight fit trying to get it there. And it's not going to go under the motors. So we may have to cut one of these or both of the ones on the side here, because otherwise they're just going to be way too tight. So what it says is install the left, right, center ducts. The positions are not too important. Except that you should make sure it's about 2 centimeters of spacing between the controller board and the left and center ducts. So here and here, so we want to make sure that we leave plenty of room for the ducts. But if I try and mount that right there, I mean, it's doable because everything right here is an up and down. And rather than coming out the inside, I can always come out the outside and loop it over the top of the duct. Right? So that's doable. This one will be doable. It's going to go right down here. I'll pull it closer to the power supply. This one, though, on the other side, I mean, it's too long. There's no two ways about it. It's just too long to get between the motors. So I'm going to have to cut this one shorter. Yeah, because the only other way, yeah. I'm going to have to cut this one shorter. So no worries. We'll just see if we can reposition our tape. And if we can't, then we'll just cut us a new piece of tape, which is what we're going to have to do. Yeah, so those two kind of work. The other one's going to have to get cut. figure out where we need to cut our top hat. Okay, so you see another little piece of VHB tape. Got to trim your feet. That'll fit in there now. So we'll go ahead and get these three installed, and then we'll be able to start doing some preliminary wiring. The Westry One, are you going to be streaming soon? Because I thought you were going to be streaming with Shannon. But I haven't seen either one of you on lately. I know she's been moving. All right, that's just being a pain in the butt. Well, Steve, other than the fact that this is a 2.4 instead of a Trident, have you seen anything that I'm doing blatantly wrong? Plus pressure there. Like I said, this other one should be good to go lengthwise. We could possibly trim it down some more, just like we did the other one. Maybe we'll do that so that we can get it further out on the side. So we'll trim about like four sections off of this. which once again is going to go right behind my VHP tape, so at least that'll line up. A little bit of a file job on this so we don't tear up some wires down the road. Tad bit more VHP. Keep telling myself that my streams are going to feel like they're a little bit more organized, but it's funny how they never feel that way. Mia doesn't get to be around the horses, so when you ride, she doesn't come along with you. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, because it's one thing when one of the farm dog lays into her. It's going to be another thing if she gets kicked by a horse. Yeah, streams are never organized. Yeah. Is that best laid plans? Okay, so we did that. We're going to go ahead and give ourselves some room. I just line it up with the motors. We're going to press it down. So your VHP tape is pressure sensitive, so you do need to push down on it some. And then this other one is pretty long. I think I'm gonna take a couple of sections off this one as well. Still, just because. Go ahead and clean up those edges. Your lid up, cut off the lid. Couple things up, get them out of the way so I don't slice myself later. I don't know why I just put that up though, because I will need it. Okay. We're almost done with getting our electronics bay, I'll say, prepped for some wiring. That out of the way. That up there. Put this over there. I know Westry's out with the horses. I think John Strand's lurking, and Timor was putting up some shelves, so he was lurking. Chewy's out there lurking, being quiet. What are you up to today, Chewy? You got any project you're working on? Or I should say, okay, time to put you on the hook. Did you check and see what you had for the 300 and the 350 frame tridents and decide which way you were going to go? Because when we talked on Thursday, you still need, I think that was the suggestion, was figure out how much you had for the respective builds and see which one you would be able to get to kind of cheaper with less additional outlay. Because you had what? You had a 300 frame and 350 parts, or 350 parts, 300 something. You had a mismatch between the frame and the size of your part. We're going to do this and kind of run it closer to our power supply unit. And so let me switch camera views real fast, and I'll show you kind of where we're at now. All right, so we got our top, our three sides, power supply, terminal block, SSR, Pi, Octopus, and our breakout board. So we've got our, I'll say, our full bottom laid out. Next up in the wiring guide, let's see. Chewy's on the way to work. Okay. So you're going to buy the 2.4 extras Be about the same as getting an LDO frame? Probably. Oh, nice. So you sold the printed part and the rail. So is that the frame kit, or are you talking the linear rails that you had? Yes, Pi prices are starting to get less ridiculous. The Pi Zero W is down to like 15 bucks, which I think is still high since that was supposed to be a $5 board, and it's the older board that's less capable. But until they get that first batch of Zero W2s out there in the wild, because the Zero W2s still haven't the large order that they placed for those hasn't come in yet and started hitting things. So we're going to start connecting the stepper motors, and so this will be the first of the interesting parts. It talks about the A and B motors, which we haven't routed those wires yet. So we won't do those. We're going to start with pretty much everything under the deck. Okay. Let me see. We're on this camera. Let me see about coming over to this camera. Yeah, that gives us a little more toppy down. So, now give me 1 second here. Maybe I will take a gander at what. Yeah, no, let's focus on the LDO stuff. So it talks about doing stepper motor A, stepper motor B. I haven't connected those in yet. They're not routed or anything, so we'll worry about that in a short minute. Our Z motors. Z motors is where we're going to start. So our AB motors will have the what is it, Microfit 3 connectors on them. So we're just going to kind of pull those out and set them over to the side for now. And then the rest of our motors then are going to be the Z motors. So I just need to kind of get those out. And these are all going to be the same length. So you've got an option. You can cut these down and make them an appropriate length, or you can just stuff them in. And I'm just going to stuff them in. All right. So we have to keep an eye on which motor is which. So in our diagram, let me see. So this is our front, this is our rear. This is Z0, 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be important because of where they get routed. So I'm going to start by just taking off the caps, potentially. Eggs, almond milk, apples, and relish. I want you to know when I first read that, Pez, I read that as eggs, almond milk, apples, and resin. And I was like, how the hell did resin go in with fruits? But yeah, apparently it's 3D printer brain this morning. All I'm doing is just popping tops on the troughs. Getting those out of the way. You need the resins to keep the apples fresh? Gotcha. Gotcha. Well, and that's the thing is you can get them at Micro Center at Micro Center. That's the one thing that's pissing me off with Micro Center lately is, oh yeah, we have them, but you have to come get them. It's in-store only. And that's kind of been annoying me with Micro Center, just because it requires me to be in store to get stuff. And, well, my nearest Micro Center is 4+ hours away in Virginia. Actually, it's 6 hours away in Virginia. Come on. There we go. There we go. So all of our trough lids are off so we can start working. So once again, we're going to start with Z0. And we're going to put in our 6-pin connector on the motor side. And it shows bringing it around under and into this top trough. Oh, I just noticed it wanted this the other way. Oh well, that's just a couple of screws. So we're going to basically use this trough to kind of double things up, and then we'll bring it down through the central trough here and into the motor. So we'll get that stuff shoved down here. We'll unscrew our board and turn it around. Oh, nice. Yeah. They've got inland filament, which is pretty good. They do have several other brands there as well. I think they're starting to carry Cookie CAD, I believe. And then yeah, I think they've got Cookie CAD. I've seen some atomic filament there as well. I've seen IC3D filament there. So they're carrying a bunch. And I just got a Micro Center email ad thing today. And they've got a lot of different printers that they're carrying. But once again, I think all the specials on them, I don't know if they actually ship them or if you have to go pick them up, period. But they had like the Anchormate A5, was it the FL Sun, was it Super Racer 400 or whatever, the big Delta printer. Just all kinds of different 3D printers. The new K1 was there. So now we got our board in the right direction. That'll help. The other thing I haven't done yet is I haven't put in my my stepper drivers. So why don't we do that? I haven't seen it called out, but they look like they're on the board already. So we'll go ahead and install these. And I love that each individual one comes in a box where if you order them in like a 6-pack, then you'll get 6 in a single box. But each one of these is individual, so. Oh yeah, more peeling of self-adhesive, staticky, thin plastic sheet material. It's going to be fun to clean up that mess over there later. So when you stick these on, try and center them on where it appears the driver is and make sure you're not touching pins on either side. Give it a press, count to 5, 6, and then make sure that you line these up appropriately. You've got, there's 2 pins on the bottom that are on the short side. Make sure that that leg matches up and that they're all lined up, and place them on in there. I wouldn't be surprised if they had Polymaker. I really wouldn't. And by the way, these are version 1.3 of the drivers. So I think a lot of the ones I've been using in the past have been the 1.2 versions. So looks like they've got a new version out. What's the difference? Don't know, other than a version 1.2 and a version 1.3. Okay, 2 more. Now, are you doing like the rep rack shelves, or which kind of shelves are you using for your filament storage? Because I think I still need to add more rep rack shelves in the closet there, and then continue to clean out my bookshelf over here so I can get more on the bookshelf. If y'all can bear with me for a second, that was a family member that I just silenced. So, okay, folks, I'm going to mute. I need to take this call. Give me 1 moment, please. Okay, folks, sorry about that. There's a developing situation, so I may need to cut the stream and run. But I am waiting on a call back to see basically what's going on. So I may have to jump and run. So if I cut the stream, I apologize, but I'm waiting for a call back to see what the situation is. It is Inland basically just Polymaker white box, like rebranded? I don't know. I'm sure like Zombie or Pez may know. Okay, so it's just white box of somebody else's filament. Gotcha. Had issue with all plastic racks to conduit, so I went with a metal bracket with a 2-rail folder. Now you can overload your heart's content. Yeah. Yeah, the big thing is if you're using the rep cord, which I've been using, you can cut those brackets out of, I would say at least 1/2 inch, if not, well, yeah, I'd say at least 1/2 inch plywood. And you use your metal conduits, as long as you're drilling them into the studs, you should be fine. I mean, you should be able to load those up pretty good, but make sure you're using the metal conduit, not plastic conduit. By the names, yeah. And one last one. This is going to feel a little weird because this is the first time in a while that I haven't done a CAN bus, because I think, both my 0Gs and my other 2.4 and Trident are all CAN bus toolhead boards. So, we're like going to go back kind of old school. Ooh, speaking of old school, Saturday nights are the Ultimaker build, right? On NeroStream. I think he's doing those on Saturdays. In which case, we should have a new Ultimaker stream tonight. Okay, so Z0 coming from this motor, we looped it up, brought it down here, and it's going to go into, darn it, it goes into the, either one. So your motors are 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? So it's going to motor 3. Motor 3 would normally be a standard Z motor, which means the 3rd and the 4th connector on your board, going from, in this case, left to right, is parallel. So you can go into either one of those 2 connectors. It's not going to matter because they're paralleled into the same connect or same stepper. So just pick one, and go ahead and put your motor, or connect your motor wire to it. And the other things you might want to do while we're at it is find your little clips, and you'll want to mark your motor wires because that'll make life a little bit easier. So you should have multiple Z's, an A, Z, 3, E, E, 1. Okay, so you're going to take one of the Z's and the 0, and you're going to, they have little tabs so they can snap together. Sometimes they snap together, sometimes not really so much. But you'll want to put these on the motor, and that way you'll define which wire goes to which motor. So it's pretty simple. Go where the wires are pretty flat. Push them on at the flat side, because that'll be the easier part to get them onto. And then you can kind of twist them around after that. Just want to make sure you get all 4 wires in there. Here we go. And so that would be your little Z0. So you'll put that in. Put your wire down here nicely. Next up is going to be, we'll just go ahead and do Z3, and we'll keep going from this direction. Or no, we'll do Z1. So we'll go back to this motor here, which will be our Z1 motor. So this will be, this is front left, rear left, right? We're just upside down, so it'll be the rear left. We'll do that, and it wants us to route it up and around. So we will bring it and go into our cable trough. Route it up through the one, across to the other one. We need to get another one of our Z's. And the 1. We'll get that on there for our indicator pin, and we'll plug that into the next motor. So that'll be our Z1, which will be motor 4. And then we'll just loop this down, find the spot, drop it into our cable trough, and let's keep stacking in our cable trough. Next up, we're going to go to this side, which is going to be Z2. See if I can get that lined up and in there. There we go. And we're going to route this up the other way. So we're going to bring this back under into this cable trough. Jump from that one to this one. We'll get it marked with the Z2. And once again, that goes in the next one in line. I'm going to double, triple, quadruple check. Yep. So we're just going to drop this back down into our cable trough as well. Pull slack back. And now the last one, which is going to be the one up front here, which is Z0, excuse me, Z3, our fourth and final Z motor. Oh, that would be great if they were selling Polymaker for that cheap. All right, so we're just going to bring this down, kind of loop it under. We know we're going to have to basically run this around a ways. This will be our final Z motor, so we'll get our Z on there. And then the 3. Okay, we have all of our motors identified. And then I'm going to move these all down by 1 because I have them in the wrong position. This is always nice. This is why you double, triple, quadruple check all of your wiring. Once again, I'm just trying to match it up with the wiring diagram as much as possible so that I can feel confident that I don't have any issues. So there's our Z1 through Z3 motors installed, or excuse me, Z0 through Z3 motors installed. The A and B we didn't install yet. We will do that in a little bit once we run those cables. I guess we can run those cables. So A will be the rear right of gantry. So looking from the front, the rear right, this will be A. What I do with my other 2 cables are right here. So we're just going to route this through. We'll work on, of course, managing cables, because this will come down and join in on our cable chain. So we will probably have to pull some of this cabling up and around a little bit later. This is motor A. And I'm sure that we're going to have plenty of extra cable that we can stuff down in here once we get it through the rear cable chain. This one will be motor B. And these are going to be pretty much direct runs down through the middle cable trough here. And that's where I said we are probably going to have to do a lot of stuffing down this middle trough with these two cables. We'll do a little bit right now. We'll revisit later if we need to. I should say when we need to, not if. There we go. So where are we at now? In our wiring guide. Got our motors done. The end result should look like this. Yeah, they actually put a lot of the slack down here at the end, but I'm not sure what else is coming through there. PSU wiring. All righty, where's my PSU wires? Toolhead cables, power cables. The nice thing is we've got a whole set of cables here, and they should all be labeled as to what's going where. So we're going to start with looking for our PSU cables. I'm just going to kind of spread these out so I can see what they are. Good. These are from the inlet. So this will go from our inlet. And we've got the spade connectors for line, neutral, and ground. And once again, the green-yellow cable is the ground, so it goes in our ground plug. These are going to be pretty tight, so there they are. Good gracious. Here we go. And then your line and neutral basically match the colors. So red is I'll say the inside, and blue is going to be the side towards the motor. So you just have to line those up and get those plugged in. Goodness gracious. Probably would have been easier to put on before we mounted it. You know what? That actually sounds like a good idea. No, it's just going to be easier this way to get to the connectors. So the red goes under the red, the blue goes under the blue from the switch. So just line them up and press them on. Like I said, it's easier said than done. There's not much room up in here. And these are pretty tight connectors, so they're going to be nice and solid connections. Just make sure they're all the way seated. I popped the blue one off to just make it easier to get to them. I'm going to put that one back on. So just like that. So the blues, so your neutrals line up, and then your reds or your lives are one over the top or one over the other. So we'll stick this back in place and mount it back up. And then our ends here are going to go into our screw down terminals. And so we're going to go red, blue, green, and we're going to go in the sides that are facing the, so where I'm at, it's the left side. So the side that is closer to the PSU in each block is where we're going to do these. So you're going to unscrew the terminal. Your ferrule goes down into the terminal block, and then you'll screw it back up. And you're just going to give it a tug, make sure it's in there. So green, yellow to green, yellow, blue to blue, red to red. And all of these are tied together, so it technically doesn't matter where you put them. But I'm trying to follow the diagram here as best as I can. Oh, the chocolate for your cocoa press? That'll be awesome. Just like everything, get them in there, give each one a tug to make sure that they're fully seated. Route your cable as appropriate. That you've got, so it looks nice. We'll go with that. So it looks nice. Then we'll have another one that's 20, whoop, I guess This is 24 volt, the PSU, so it's a shorter length, but you've got your fork connectors on one end and pre-crimped ferrules on the other. I'm probably not sure which one's going to be the easiest to do first, but pop that off. Do our screw down blocks first. So go like this. So line, neutral, ground. Just line them up, match them up. L goes to L, N goes to N, PE goes to the ground. Make sure that they are fully seated and fully engaged because you want darn good connection. And then the other side of your wires, we want them on the terminals on this side of the block that are closer to the SSR, if that makes sense. So start with the line first. And this may be where the labeling becomes more of a pain in the butt. And see, that one didn't go in, so loosen that back up again. There we go. So lines in. Now we're going to do neutral. And same thing with our protected ground. Okay. There you have it, and just kind of work your pieces around. And let me see if we can't maybe move our other camera around and give us some different view. Nothing's energized, so we should be good. One second. Sounds like whatever crisis was brewing might be averted. So you'll see how we did these, whoops, terminals, right? So line, neutral, ground. And same thing on the other side. So see if we can sit up here and follow along for the next piece. We've got our PSU, inlet to the PSU from the terminal blocks plugged in. Double check and triple check because wiring AC mains backwards can be very, very bad. Basically check that all the wires match. So red into the red, blue into the blue, yellow green into yellow green. Same thing over here. Red to red, blue to blue. So that's all good. Line, neutral, ground, that's all good. It does want us to check continuity between the DIN rails and the ground or the earth terminal on the plug. So we will do that real fast. During the wiring phase, you should always, always, always have some type of multimeter. Doesn't have to be fancy. It can be a 30-year-old multimeter. It doesn't matter. And for continuity, what we're going to do here, after I move you guys back here so you can hopefully see a little bit better of what I'm going to do. Get you mounted. Sorry about that. Is I'm going to check for continuity, which in this case is the second one over, which is the little ohm symbol. It's got 3 symbols there. So that's the one we're going to use. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to touch one end, doesn't matter, to the ground pin here. The other one is going to be touching the DIN rail because I want to touch the DIN rail. And if I get OL, then that means I don't have a solid connection. If I'm getting a voltage, it means I do have a solid connection. So I'm not sure how to kind of get this into the frame. Darn it. So I want to be on the rail. So let me see if I can just lean that up against the rail. If I touch this, so that means the ground and my rail, if it's OL, it's not connected. If it's got a voltage, it is connected. And it could be showing a voltage just because, like I said, I just had it laying up against the DIN rail there. So let me see. Okay, and I'm reading, you're just looking for some type of resistance, which is going to be an ohm rating. So this is 0.3. And so that's good. That means I have continuity between the ground pin and the DIN rail. I'm not doing the earth, touching the earth ground. I'm touching the DIN rail. And that means that my earth ground terminal block is grounding out that DIN rail. So everything on the main side is grounded. So I'm just going to sit that down there for the time being because we might need it later on. 2 o'clock. I think we're doing good on time. Haven't lost my mic yet, so that's good. Where are we at power-wise on the mic? We're doing pretty good still. Grab some coffee. Oh, I'd be excited too, Pez Liz. So next up, connect 24 volt and build plate. Once again, we're going to not do the build plate just yet. So I'm just trying to look and see what we're doing. Okay, so connect the bed thermistor, which we won't connect because we haven't connected the bed yet. Connect the bed PE, connect the bed neutral, connect the bed ground or line. We'll wait on that. Connect load 2 on the SSR to a live red terminal. Okay. Load 2 on the SSR. I'm assuming this is going to be the, yep, 2 SSR. So we're looking for load 2, which is this side right here, the right side. And of course, they're showing they want me to turn this around. So let me turn this around real fast. Oh, that is a 2.5. Let's turn the SSR around. Oh yeah, it would be more exciting doing this when it's plugged in, but I'm not that much of a masochist. Just remember, Pez, for scientific experiment, your first 5 prints need to fail just so you can eat your mistakes. So load 2, which is the side of the SSR closest to the terminal blocks and the PSU, we're just going to unscrew that, put in the spade connector, make sure it's fully seated, and tighten that down. And now the other end, which is got a ferrule on it, is going to go over here to the other red load block. Once again, red cable goes to red block. Blue cable will go to a blue block. Green yellow cable will go to the green yellow block. Makes wiring very easy. Tighten it down, make sure that's nice and tight, which it is. bed out, plus and minus terminals to the on the octopus to 3 and 4 on the SSR. Okay, so this is awesome. So yeah, we're on this one. So this says SSR signal. So this is the controller board side, the signal cable. And this side says to SSR. So that way you know which way to plug them into. So on the SSR side, we've got negative on this side, positive on this side. So we just make sure our red and black are lined up appropriately. You want to make sure that they get under that that flat washer. So they get nice and tightly compressed when you screw it down. So you get a very good solid connection there. And then this comes across. We'll kind of loop it in here a little bit and then bring it through. And we're going to the bed output, which is all the way on the end. And it's positive on the left, negative on the right. So on the board, and I don't know if this is something that LDO did because I've never seen one like this. All of the positive connections have red paint on the top of them. So that's kind of a neat addition. Ooh. Once again, just double check that your red line is going to the positive side, which the screw has been painted red. The cover plate for the terminals have the positive and negative on them as well. So just make sure you line those up, make sure they're nice and tight and they're not going anywhere. And there we have it. So now we've got a set of cables that say 24 volt in and 2 controller. So these are going to be your positive and negative wires. Actually, there's 3 positive, 1 negative. So it says, let's see, connect the positive terminals of the bed power, and motor power in the octopus to the 3 positive terminals on the 24 volt power supply. Connect the negative terminal of the power to the octopus, the negative terminal of power to any of the negative terminals on the 24 volt power supply. So the side that says 2 controller and then 24 volt in, because we are positive in the negative, I'm going to say from the 24 volt input, we're going to do the 3 positive and then the 1 negative, because that's how our cables will line up nicely. So let me loosen these up. Okay. You may need to split these a little bit further just to give you some additional wiggle room, working room. You got to go, Chewy? All right, buddy. See you later. You said you were at work, right? I'm going to line up my 3 positive fork connectors and just kind of run them all in at the same time. And here, let me bring you guys back over a little bit closer. Oh, maybe on this side. So once again, the 3 positives right here are going into the 3 positives on the terminal block or on the power supply. So we're just going to crank those down one at a time, make sure they're good and tight. Print the dragon, eat the dragon, repeat. That'll work. There's our 3 positive, and then our negative is going to go into the negative spot here. This is where things are starting to get tight with this terminal block. We're trying to make sure that it's inserted all the way in. Now I could potentially try and move this terminal block down just a tad bit more. I don't know what it's going to buy us per se. But we could snug it all the way up against the our SSR, which is all the way down at the end right now, right up against the plastic. So that's as far as that could go. I mean, like I said, we can move it a couple more millimeters. I don't know what that's really going to buy us. But this is going to come over, and we've got motor power, power, and bed power. So we need to do the right of each one of these on a red, and then the negative goes in the center block here, which sorry, there we go. Work with me. There we go. Okay, so motor power, power, bed power. We need a positive on the bed, which is on the right. The power, we want both positive and negative, and then the motor power gets a positive. So this is where I said we might have to just peel these back a little bit more, maybe not that much more, to give us some room to kind of move our cables around some. So negative and positive will go to the actual power, and it's negative on the left, positive on the right. We'll see if we can get those inserted. Probably gonna have to do one at a time. Oh, that came. We'll do the negative first. We'll do the positive. Right. Pull this positive over here. Next positive will go here. And the last positive, we're going to try and bring around to the other side there. Okay, so positive, gap, positive, negative, positive, gap. So we're good. That's where you kind of see that this is a little interesting as far as the cabling goes. So now we've got our 24-volt power run. Um, so the SSR connection is critical. Yeah, looking at this, it does show that this is moved all the way down. So let me just see if I can do that. Because I think it'll make it a little bit easier with the main power cables there to the octopus board if we're pressed all the way down here. You just give us a little more room and relief on that cable. Now, since I'm going to be loosening these two, I definitely want to re-verify my ground to the DIN rail. So I'm just going to scoot these down. Come on. Want to be careful not to damage your wires. We're just trying to move the blocks down some. Now it works a little bit better. Give us a tad bit, maybe of more room there to work this wire around. Okay, SSR connection. We did have CR pi, that's the ground. Bed line neutral. Did I miss something, or is the SSR connection and something else? Oh no, we've got the signal. So this is a verification. The SSR connection is critical. An incorrect connection can cause catastrophic damage. Consult the following close-up, which is where I saw that the block really needed to be moved all the way down, which gives us some room right here. But we've got negative, positive. That goes over to the bed, which is negative, positive. And then on this side, we've got the connection to our red post. And this connection, which is the load 1, is the one that goes out to the actual bed once we install the bed. So next it would be connecting the nozzle probe, filter fan, PCV fans, LED strips, yada, yada, yada. And our LED strip, which comes in here, right? And actually it shows it as they don't want it to come in there. What they want it to do is come down through the bottom channel here, supposedly, and then come in the back. It's not going to do that because we've got the bed mount here. There's no real way that it could do that. So we are going to come up through the belt, or the Z belt area. Go up the side. We'll do a little bit of a loop-de-loop. And our LED, which is a 2-wire LED strip, gets plugged into that goes into a fan connector, LED strip, fan 5. Fan 5, start off at 0, right? So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 should be that one. I'll just kind of loop that down in there. So there's that. Yeah, it's almost like I think, well, I was going to say we were going to need the tool head, but no, we need to actually run things from this board. We need to be able to run things from our breakout board over to the controller. So we should have we should have our breakout cables. There's a nozzle probe, filter, and everything. The filter fan would be, but the nozzle probe would come from that board as well. So grab a few cables here. I'm trying to start looking at these and see what I got. This is the chamber thermistor. Chamber thermistor. Okay. There we go. That'll make things easier. So that's in the right spot. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out some wires here. X in stop. Z probe. Signal and ground. Y stop. Once again, all of these that I'm putting in place right now should be going to that breakout board. I'm just trying to get these laid in there, and then I should hopefully see the breakout board soon. Hot end thermistor. Thermistors are up here, so we got bed thermistor. Hot end thermistor should be the next one in line after the bed. Hot end fan. Cooling fan. We go part cooling, hot end, PCB fan, filter fan, which would be the Nevermore, a SCAP, and then the LED strip. We've got those. This is for the E-stepper motor. Be this one here. There's one or two possible 4-pin connections there, so we'll have to figure that out. HE0, so this would be to the hot end. And there's only one of the microfit connectors on there, so that makes it pretty simple as to which way it goes. That one goes there, and then it gets installed to one of these blocks. We'll check that in a minute. No benchies, yay, grocery order done, nice. Back on diet, had a break week to recharge and push through. Yeah, that's needed. You're in a predicament, you have a lab napping on you, and you need to do work. Well, it's probably crazy hot outside right now, too. So maybe the lab's just trying to tell you to chill out, relax. It'll be okay. So I've got my 3 bed wires there. I guess what we can do to try and get some things cleaned up here is we've got the ground wire for our bed, which is going to come up here, and we will plug that in. You see about how much room we have. We did already scroll through the bed wiring, right? Oh, there it is. Okay, so the neutral does go over here to this block. We'll install that. We just have that kind of running through there, through the bed opening. We've also got our bed live. So the bed live or load goes to the SSR load side. We're going to install that. I'm going to go underneath that. There we go. Come on, you got it. There we go. I'm going to route that through our cable trough. and down through our bed hole. Move those over one, just give us some extra space. And then our neutral, the bed neutral, comes over here to our other neutral over here. I'll undo that one. Put a cable in there and tighten that up, make sure we got a good connection. And just kind of route things, make it all nice and pretty. So there, we'll have our line neutral and ground coming down through there. What else can we do? I didn't see the Raspberry Pi power yet, which was interesting. And this was the chamber thermistor, and I'm just not sure which thermistor slot to put that in. Two packages done. Ethernet cables, the in stock, which we don't need. Controller to Pi USB cable. We'll kind of open this one up and work through it as well. See what we have here. Cat 5 cable. What is this one? This one is the PCB fan. And our PCB fan our fans are going to be mounted over here. So our PCB, so our fans are going to be mounted over here. This is the side that'll have our fans. So right in here will be our another one of our three our 3-pin JST connectors that are all connected in series. So this will be for the PCB fan, which goes in right next to the hot end. Which is great because it only needs to really extend there, but we've got like plenty of room. What else do we have in here? We've got a cable for the filter fan, which will be our Nevermore. And this one, we're going to kind of route around a bit. This is going to come in and go right next in line. We'll bring that down in there. Bring it around our trough. And we're going to run this one down through the hole in the deck for the bed wires, because we're going to use that to plug in our Nevermore fans. It's really designed to plug in the exhaust fan, filter fan that goes in the kind of on the back panel. but we're gonna place that differently because we're gonna use it for the Nevermore, which means we might need to cut and change that connector, which is no big deal. We're gonna have plenty of length for it. We've got a connector for our bed thermistor. And once again, that bed thermistor is going to be the thermistor pin all the way back here. And we're just going to take this and loop it over into our cable trough. We're going to run it down, around, and once again through the bottom deck panel. And we will plug that in to our thermistor connector down there. What else do I have? I have some stuff for the screen. I've got the Z-stop cable, which we're not going to use because that would be the that would be this piece that would go right behind the bed. We're not going to use this for this particular build. And then I still got the chamber temp and Raspberry Pi wires, and then wires for our display. And our Raspberry Pi wires are going to connect in here. We'll just bring those down into our cable tray. We'll be able to route them around. Not completely, but we might be able to get them wrapped around some, and then it's going to connect somewhere right up in here on the Raspberry Pi. Sorry, it's probably not the best view. So I think we're pretty close to done because the rest is going to be at the tool head, which we haven't built yet. And as I mentioned, I don't have all the parts done yet to build the tool head. That was going to be planned for Tuesday. So we'll hold this out. We've got the big pack of parts that'll go for the tool head. We'll have our, like I said, we'll have our bring you guys back over here. So we've got a Cat5 cable that we'll use to extend Cat5 from the Raspberry Pi out the back keystone jack. Back here on the back of the printer. We'll have our HDMI, or excuse me, this is USB. Not sure which, if this is the USB-A to USB-C for the, yeah, this should be the to power the controller. Will allow the communication between the controller and the Raspberry Pi. So we'll install that there. And this should go to the Raspberry Pi. Oh. That almost seems like it's, I have to put it down there to make sure that we don't run into any issues with the top. Then we have this chamber thermistor, and I don't know where the chamber thermistor plugs into just yet. There we go. So bed, hot end, chamber thermistor. And so we have a kind of a plethora of cables here, and they're all going to come back and plug into our little breakout board. Let's do a little turn. Because hopefully we get the breakout board here in just a second. Yeah, connecting the breakout cables. So connect the cables according to the following table. E-motor, cable breakout label. E-motor, which is this one, goes to motor 6, which it does. And color in is E-stepper, E-motor. E-motor N goes to the breakout E-motor, which is this cable. I'm probably going to have to bring you guys back over here so you can actually see. So, E-motor. Okay. So this would be the E-motor. This is one of those cables. We'll have to try and figure out how to make that exit nicely. There we go. Chamber thermistor. The chamber thermistor is going to come over. Let me do the hot end thermistor first. The hot end thermistor goes kind of in that little middle one right there. The chamber thermistor, same place, comes down and goes just to the left of it. So just like that, chamber thermistor, toolhead thermistor. The hot end, which we plugged in right here, yep, comes down around and goes into the first connector right here. So we've got our positive and minus already marked, so we just need to match up our positive and negative cables. Thanks for the alert, Timur. Okay, and those are in there pretty good. Let's run that around. Okay, so those three are done. LED not used, CFan not used, CFan LED not used. These three ports with label CFan LED and CFan LED are not used in the V2 build. They're used for the switch wire, okay? So next up, we're going to have a couple of others. So we're going to have the part cooling fan. The part cooling fan here. Loop that down and bring it around. And that plugs into this 2-pin connector right in front of the chamber thermistor. Ah, well, hot end fan goes right next to it. You'll notice that these are single connectors. These are just the signal wires that we're connecting because the power is already being run up to the board. So you don't need to run power the whole way. We just got 24 volt to the board. So we just need the signal pins right now connected. That's done. That one's going to go there. The X in stop. For the next set of pins. So we'll have let's see. Yeah, so the X in stop would go right under that last one. So there should be a 3-pin and then a 2-pin connector. It's going to go in the 2-pin connector there. Y in stop. Going to come down. And it's going to go in the connector right in front of the X. So just like that. I'm going to get my wires into the wire routing channel some. Then the Z probe I'm going to bring this down and around. And this goes, there's a 4-wire and then a 3-wire. It goes into the 3-wire. All righty. Oof. Okay. Now it wants us to do some more continuity checks. So we're going to get our multimeter out. Check the wiring with the machine unpowered and the cable unplugged. Use a multimeter and check continuity between 5-volt and ground. That'd be great. Where am I going to find 5-volt? Between 24-volt and ground. Check that earth on the inlet is shorted with the build plate, which I'd have to check when I get the build plate done. Yeah, so here I'm just going to have to double check wiring. So black cables on the left, white on the right. Black on the left, white on the right. Black on the bottom, power at the top. Okay. Okay, so I think we're pretty much close and done with most of the wiring underneath here. We're going to need, of course, the tool head, which is, a whole package of wiring. And I still haven't found that Raspberry Pi adapter board. So I will have to look into it. We've got a tool head board. We've got the 2x3 board that goes for the fans. So we will get that installed. And that goes over on this side. So move you guys around here. We're going to need to install this fan adapter board somewhere over here. And get, that's just a spacer and a couple of M3x8 screws and hammerhead T-nuts. I'm just rimming out those holes. We can get the M3x8 started. There's a couple of hammerhead T-nuts on there. And once again, I'm going to install this over here with the connectors, I'll say facing up, which doesn't make sense, but it's so that the locking mechanism of the connector will be facing up. And our fans are going to be mounted right in the center on the side panel here, so it's just a matter of sort of quasi-centering this. And then we'll take our fan cable, which is 15 meters too long. I'm exaggerating. And bring it around, plug it in. And we're going to plug it into the center. And each of our fans will go on the side. It will be just like that. And for now, I'm going to go ahead and put some of these back on. Just because I don't want to lose them or anything like that. And this is going to be a fun one to get out. We're probably at some point going to need to play with some wiring, but for now, I'm just going to loop this around, get stuff put away. And actually, I'm going to leave this out of the cable trough and just run it loosely underneath. That being the Raspberry Pi cable. Well, the Raspberry Pi USB cable, I should say. And as I said, we'll probably need to get into these later on. We'll yank them out again later if we need to. Right now, I'm just going to close it up because I'm going to flip the printer up. And when I do that, we're going to need the covers on so we don't lose things and go everywhere. This one down here is the one we're definitely probably going to have to bring off when we do the some more of the bed stuff and do some more of our wiring. Okay. But for now, we're cleaned up. We've got our Raspberry Pi cable there. Sorry, gang, let me just put some things away so they're out of the way. I'll probably need to grab a couple of them in a minute, but I just want as much as I can out of the way. I'm going to pull this stuff through the back. And we're going to go up and over towards the front. Oh. Okay. So there is the vast majority of our stuff done. Once again, this will be our connection for our Nevermore, our thermistor, our ground, our live and neutral. So we can do some of the bed wiring now. And for the most part, we'll go back over to our we'll scroll back up to where we talked about the bed wiring. I just want to see the stuff coming from underneath the bed. So our bed thermistor cable goes in the left socket. The right socket. The one coming from the bed will go in the back, which means we've got some more excess that will feed through, and we'll have to clean that up in a little bit. Our neutral wire wait, you're killing me here. Which way is... Okay, my bad. Not that it matters, but the one going down to the deck goes on the left. Our neutral wire goes on the rear Wago in the left connector. So we'll put that connector in, pushing it all the way down, flip our lever, give it a tug. Our line will come through and also go in the left side of the frontmost Wago. Push all the way in, pull it down, make sure it's nice and tight, which it is. The ground cable will go to our bed directly, and then this cable here is going to be used for our Nevermore. And once again, I will just bring that up wherever it needs to be for the Nevermore, and we'll cut it off where it needs to be made. The Nevermore is almost done printing. So I think we are pretty darn good. We made a lot of good progress. Let me see where we're at as far as the actual LDO side of things. I'm sorry, not the actual Voron manual side of things. We're back over here on the Voron manual site. Check the power supply, check the inlet is properly wired, starting wiring. The bed stuff's there. We're going to follow the LDO for the bed. Yep. All that stuff. Front bed in. Yep. That. Installing the cable chains. We can probably go ahead and do this, even though we don't have the actual tool head installed. We can, I don't see why we can't go and do our cable chains. So we do have a kit here for the Nevermore 5. We'll build the Nevermore 6. And I can throw in any connectors that need to be added. We'll have 2 short and 1 long. Well, actually, yeah, 2 short, 1 long wiring harness. So I'm going to assume that the thicker, longer one will be for the Z-axis. And the other 2 will be for the X and Y. And these are true IGUS cable chains. I believe so. We will need to start by opening them up. Easiest thing to use is a small screwdriver. Just pop them open. Which side do they go on? Yes, no, maybe so. These just completely pop off. I have to say that I've never used these types of cable chains before. So, normally they just hinge over. This one's not hinging over, so. Oh, there we go. Open it from the right side and it hinges over. Let's pry these open. And then we'll start running our tool head wiring and at least running it back and through, which once again, we should be able to do that no problem without the tool head being installed. Okay, 1 cable chain open. This is a big cable chain. That's the Z. What's everybody up to? Everybody's kind of quiet. Is everybody just lurking and watching and listening? Cleaning, store runs, I know I'm probably not as entertaining as some streamers, but I try. Well, Mia says hello. Well, tell Mia I said hello, Westry. Hopefully she's not being too much of a pain in the tuchus. Like I said, I'm just opening my cable chains so I can get ready to lay my cables in them for the tool head, and then we'll be able to sit here and start routing the tool head. Okay. So there's both my small ones. We'll go ahead and we'll do the larger X chain as well. X chain, Z chain. Playing in Tinkercad. Okay. Yeah, I got a couple of things in Tinkercad. I got to upload printables or something for the Interbelt printer. All right, that one's all opened up as well. And these are case fans and hot end fans. So we'll set this aside. So we're not going to need the Z probe, so I'll pull that out. The chamber thermistor and our neopixels will be used when we actually build the tool head. The XY end stop we'll need. The 14-pin cable we're going to need. And that's the Stealthburner RGB cable, so we'll need all those. Let's add these over here with the breakout boards for the tool head. And what I'm slowly trying to do is whittle down the number of boxes I have. I need to unwrap that. Oof, nice. So these have Velcro zip ties around them, and we will need to take those off and put regular zip ties in. And I do not believe that there is any difference between the two sides here on this cable. And so as you can see, one of these is going to come up and go through the x-axis. We're going to have to take one of these ends off so that we can get our cable through there. So we're going to need our main tool head cable. And just roughly laying it in there. Roughly laying it in there as it then pulls itself down. So the 14-pin tool head cable goes all the way to the end. And so does the RGB cable. It goes all the way to the end as well. Just unscrew that. And of course, there's a kerfuffle in here. Why would there not be? Okay, and I think we are back. I hope. I think. Maybe. Possibly. I think we are back. Yep. I'm seeing mic activity. Okay. Somewhere down the road, I may wind up having to pull these back out and do a little bit of shifting of wires forward back. But for now, we're going to tie a few things in just to make sure that we're good. That way I don't have to keep fighting the wires. And thank you for letting me know about my mic, folks. Really do appreciate it. Oh, hey, Britt, how are you? I never saw you come in. When did you stop in? Okay, so we've got some wire ties done up. And like I said, once again, these might have to come back off later, but for now they're going to give us a little bit of an ability to make working on these cables a little bit easier. Can't get one more on here. Once again, wires tied at the end of your cable chains, good. Wire ties in the cable chains, bad. So as I work on this next section of cable chain, I'm going to be coming through here, and any place where I might have, say, a zip tie, I'm just going to push that further down. Same thing with the Velcro sleeves, the zip tie for the power cable for the RGB. I'm just going to push those down and out of the way. And now I'm going to rotate again. I'll just pivot it around so that I can start working on the Y cable chain. So we've got our X cable chain, a little bit of gap for our tool head. If we need to, we should be able to give ourselves a little bit more room, but everything's nice and tidy there. Scoot this back forward. And I just need to figure out, once again, no, it's going to go that way. I'll go this way. That's a bit of a tight curve, but so what I'm going to start doing is just laying this into the cable chain and closing the cable chain link by link, making sure that I'm not catching any wires. And this just gives me another chance to make sure that my wire bundles don't have any zip ties or any other type of a connector to them. You've been lurking for hours. You kept me company while you're doing your nails. Well, good. I'm glad I can keep you company while you're doing your nails. You normally have some very nice nails, by the way, so. And this end, I'm going to have to take off. Take the end off. Close the last leg. And then we'll put the end back on. Then we get our cables through there. Like that. Okay. Now, which way are you going to want to go? It's going to mount like that. So I'm going to have to try and fight with my cables so I can get in there. And of course, having moved this all the way up, I'm now also going to be my own worst enemy when it comes to trying to put those in there. So let me see if I can move this down just a little bit. My M3 flathead screws. My driver on one. See if I can't get this lined up here. And of course, it's going to be a negative. Okay, so this end, tighten down. The other end will line up and we'll put a couple of screws in. And like I said, there are spots on the backer plate here for these to screw into. I'm just going to line it up on the last two. And then you'll notice this conflagration I have here. So these wires do need to be tightened up a little bit in there. But what we're looking for is a gentle bend of this wire loom. As it comes up and exits and then goes back in. So we'll add a zip tie or two right here at the end on our little leg, and that will hold everything there. I'm just trying to see kind of how much room I need for the various cables. So a couple zip ties. Now, as I've mentioned all along, these, our wires can be updated. They can be moved still. This isn't the final no going back, type of setup. If we need to, it's just a matter of undoing a few zip ties and rearranging some things again. Okay, so we've got here. Now, we're going to come back over here and we're going to do the Z chain. And when we go to do the Z, we will pick up the A and B motors as well when we do this rear chain. So let's raise ourselves back up. I'm going to bottom everything out. Here we go. And the Z. So on the Z, we'll pick up the A and B motor, and it's going to start down at the bottom and come all the way up. So let me just verify how the Z installs. That's what I'm looking for. I'm going to move that back out of the way. So on our Z-axis, I think we can move our back tape by now. I think we've got enough visual cues to know which side's front, which side's back. Same thing on the front. Okay, so on the back, we've got a couple of pieces. Let me see what we got. We got this piece we'll need. We'll need these two little accent pieces. Not there. There we go. Need that piece. And that piece. Well, we're starting to run out of parts. So we need what do we got? We've got to put 2 heat set inserts in to our little triangle pieces. So let me do that real fast. And we'll go on the larger flat side. Oh, wow, it's 4 o'clock. You guys have been letting me go on for a while now, huh? Okay, so we put those in. We're going to need an M5 T-nut and an M5 by 10 button head cap screw. And our T-nut's going to go back here. It's going to be, I think, pretty much centered on the opening that we've got. Start to put it in our M5 by 10. And then our orange piece like this is going to slide over the M5 by 10. And then we'll use that to tighten it down. It looks like we want it to the, from the way we're looking at it right now, we'll want it on the left of our hole. But I will adjust that if need be. So we've got that put down there. Now it wants us to mount our cable chain. And we're going to which way? Trying to figure out and visualize which way it's mounting. Because it looks like it mounts without the cable ends, so That doesn't make sense. Yeah, it does. Well, apparently on this one, we don't need our end pieces. We will need to lay all of our cables into the slots. Now our A and B motors, they call for us using like zip ties or something. This one here, I mean, we really can probably do something to zip tie it right here and then bring it up and in. This one, what we're going to do is kind of butt it up right there. And then we're going to use some more of our channel to actually route it over to the route that over to our cable chain input. Okay. We'll just take some of our cable chain channel material. And we're just going to cut a chunk off. And work it in there. Which is apparently a little bit harder when you're trying to do it upside down. Oh, thank you for the subscription, Shenanigans. I appreciate that very much. You do subscribe to the saying, and I'm going to try my best not to use four-letter words here. That, you know, follows are free and subscriptions are always welcome. And of course, I've got it cut too long, so I try and cut this a little bit shorter. Without doing what I just did, which was pull it all back out. Yeah. Telling you, I'm trying not to use the cursey words. They may come out of me yet, but I'm trying. All right, there we go. And then what I'll do is, oh, that was a thought. Apparently, it's not a good thought because it's not going to work. So we'll figure that out when we cross that bridge. Okay, so our cable chain needs to roll like this. We're going to bring it around the corner and around our belt. Right? It goes around the belt, doesn't it? Of course it does. Of course it does, because this is going to go there, which is going to route it around the belt, right? Around the belt or in front of the belt? There's a go. Yeah. Around the back side of the belt. So I guess while I'm here, I'm going to go ahead and cut the excess off of the back side of my Z belts. We have some folded up and over, so I'm just going to go ahead and cut the excess off. I'll do the other side in a minute. And then this is going to go between the backside belt and there we go. It's going to go around the backside here. I see things jumping and bouncing all over the screen.
Corgo 100.
Oh, well, thank you for the cheered biddies, Westery. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we've got this brought around. And what we're going to do is there's a piece that we're going to put in place that this is going to travel through. And it's going to come up and go around our motor. So we're just going to try and get our wires to go in this shape. Knock things off, you know. Because, like, I don't know why, but there is not a spot for, whatchamacallit, zip ties on this. I'm going to work this into place. And those wires are going to come around the corner and down through this channel in our A motor mount. So I just made sure that I don't have any zip ties or anything like that in this section, which I don't. And I'm going to need to get these wires corralled back in here again. Okay, and then we're going to need a couple of there we go. M3x12 socket head cap screws. M3x12. Why does it feel like it's not? M3x12s do not appear to be long enough or the holes in my part are not bored out. Let's go back to that elephant's foot. So get an M3 or an M4 and an M5, see which one it's going to take to bore that out. Neither. M6. Or I'm going to do the 5, right? Just a little bit of elephant's footing on the part, and it's preventing the heads of the socket head cap screws from actually dropping down into the counter bores. So I'm just going to clean that up with apparently an M6 sized reamer. Put the rest of our reamers back up. And we'll try this one more time. Work all of our cables in there. Nothing's getting crunched or caught. Or it could just be that I'm trying to do a 3mm screw, which requires a 2.5mm wrench with a 2mm wrench, and it just didn't want to go anywhere. Okay, so this service loop area is now on there. We've got a little bit of our extra cable from our lights. That's good. Let's go ahead and put a couple of zip ties right here for cable strain relief. And once again, you want your cables tied down at the ends, but not, you don't want any cable ties or zip ties within the chains themselves, because that will cause things to rub and break. You all know I'm going to be mad if I need like another 5 millimeters of space on those other cables, because I'm going to have to undo and fish stuff, but oh well. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to push all of my zip ties, my whatchamacallit, Velcro, the other zip ties. I'm just going to keep pushing those down to the end so that none of this wire bundle that I have here has any zip ties or anything else. So I'm just feeling through it. My MB wires are good. This one I'm going to probably zip tie up right here with this one, just to try and keep it like right here at the top and out of the way. It won't be in the cable chain, it'll be right above the cable chain. But I just want to try and hold those two pieces up. Now I'm going to need the Z chain that I dropped. And for now, I'm just going to take all of these cables and start laying them in there and closing it up. And make sure that nothing's getting caught. Before I go too much more, I've got a where's wrong. We've got a screw hole right here where my finger is that you can't see. Let me see if I can move you guys around again. Put you up there on the light bar. So there's this screw hole. And what's going to happen is we're going to use one of our angled pucks, and that's going to actually go through one of the ends here of the cable chain. And so that's going to actually hold the cable chain just like that. Okay, so this is where it becomes kind of a pain in the butt, and I'm actually going to, might undo this again. And get some of the wires out of the way. Yeah, because that puck piece needs to actually like wedge between these two pieces here to hold it on. So I'm going to have my wires in there at least for a little bit because I have to keep these two parts of the cable chain closed. This is going to come in from the inside, and then I'm going to have to drive a screw through the back side of it and into the side of the housing here. So that's where it's kind of getting to be a pain in the tuchus. It says these are M3 by 10 flathead cap screws. I don't think, apparently I do have some M3 by 10 flathead cap screws. I didn't think I did. Oh, hold on. Hmm. It goes from the ends. So this goes on the back side here, and then I come through here. Okay. Well, that's going to be fun. Okay. Let me think. This goes from the back. It's not making sense. So the only way that makes sense is if I do have the end on there. So this end would go in. Of course, why would that be easy? So we're going to have to do some rework here. This out. This out. Take this out. Now let's see if we can get this piece started in there. That piece there. Okay. Now I think we're going to be cooking with gas again. And once again, Westry, thank you so much for the biddies. I do appreciate it. I know I am not talking a lot right now because I'm just trying to think and concentrate, which apparently is hard sometimes. You know, now I'm making sure that everything is laying down nicely in the cable chains and everything's closing nicely. And this will come up and mount back on top of this end piece, hopefully. It's on there. Hey, there we go. I heard the click. Did you hear the click? I heard the click. Okay, everything's there. Oops. I heard the partial click because I actually had wires caught in the piece, which is not good. You know, I have a set of wires here right at the end of the cable chain. So I am going to zip tie them together right at the end of the cable chain, just to kind of keep the bundle together. Okay. And now while I'm thinking about it, we're going to go ahead and mount the bottom of the cable chain. So we're going to go ahead, before I get this any more done, we're going to mount this bottom piece at the bottom of the cable chain. And that looks like it comes in from this side where the depression is. I need another one of my M3 by 10 screws. That's snugged up. Now we're going to continue with our cabling. Just going to work this in there, making sure that everything is tucked in before we close it. We don't get anything caught. We'll take a couple of these wires that need to go underneath the deck and get them underneath there so they're out of the way for the time being. And you're noticing probably the same thing I am, which is that the cables have to kind of go under and then over. And I don't know why it's done like that. What I'm going to do, I'm going to do that a little bit and just move this over so it's a straight shot down. But in the picture, it shows that the wires come down and then go at this weird, crazy angle. And I don't know why. But I do know that I don't necessarily like that. And then finally, we'll make sure that all of our wires are out of the way. And we will attach to the bottom. We will attach to the bottom somehow, some way. There we go. Oh, it is in there. It just didn't feel like it was in there. Okay, so just like that, we've got our cable chain. We've got our cable chains run. They are zip tied and well out of the way as we can make them. I'm just going to run this back and make sure we're not going to hit anything, which we might right here if we come all the way back. So I may have to redo this. And maybe what I'll do is pull that slack more down. Whoops. So what I was looking at is if this comes all the way to the back, this piece right here, this bit of, see if I can make the, bring you down some. Okay, there we go. All right, so you'll notice we've got this bulge out of wires here. So if this comes all the way back, you'll notice that these are going to rub up against the Z-belt, and the Z-belt's going to kind of push them away and kink them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to need to get some of this wire taken up. So, and I have a feeling it's the wires that are coming top to bottom that are really getting in the way. But I need to tighten this up some, so I'll bring these wires this way by cutting these wires and work them down in there a little bit better. So yeah, that'll be the plan. I just need to work on these wires right here on the XY joint a little bit. This part coming around is good. This is good. Comes down into the base. And what we can do look, and I'm like, what is this for? But this, I think, goes to the back here and keeps it straight. So I think that's going to be the next thing. Yep, there we go. M5 T-nut. This goes in with an M5 by 10 screw, so we'll put that in. Oh. And then we'll flip it over, and we may wire up those last couple of things. And then, folks, that's going to be it for the day. So we need an M5 by 10 and an M5 T-nut. Take and flip that in there. Feeding animals and resting. That sounds like a plan to me. So we're just going to get this started in here, and then we'll move it over as necessary. I think we just basically want to line it up so that it doesn't push out. Yeah, and like I said, it really wants us to move this way. So we'll move it a little bit more. Okay, so that looks good. We'll validate the wire path. Yep. It's going to tell us to connect things down at the bottom. And what we'll do is we'll flip this over. Once again, this is the ground for the bed. Okay, and this will be for the Nevermore. So we're just going to kind of, we may just bring these two together with a small zip tie right quick or something. Just to keep those out of the way. Flip this over. Actually, I'm going to flip it up on its top. And we will move you guys in closer. And then I'm going to take a quick coffee break. Maybe. Okay. So we're almost done. What we've got is, I'm going to take these little zip ties or Velcro strips off. Okay. So this is our 14 pin connector right here. And that 14 pin connector is going to connect into our LDO daughter board right here. So I just want to make sure that some things are not kinked, not in each other's way. I'm going to bring this around and plug it in. That's plugged in. Now we've got, this is our XY in stop, XY stop. So that's going to plug into the 4-wire connector right here up front. So I'm just going to kind of move things to the side a little bit. Bring this around and insert that. So this is the XY in stop coming from the top and a series of zip ties. I just kept pushing through the whole thing. And so this breaks out into the X and Y in stop here that comes around to the side. Part cooling fans, okay. And then the next one that we have, this is the Stealthburner RGB. So this will go in our RGB port. And that should be 3 wires right here. Now what I need to do is figure out the right direction for them. Sorry, I'm just reading the errata real fast. Where are we at? I'm just going to look for one of the pictures that shows where the RGB goes. This LED strip, this is going to come down. I can probably route this into my cable chain right here. Bring it through my cable thingamabobber. This is a Stealthburner RGB, so it's going to go into the RGB header port. I just want to triple check which. Pixel cable. All right, I'm going to actually move over here. Pretty sure it's that one right there. Huh? Yeah, to the RGB. There we go, 2-pin. Don't know which direction it goes in. There's no it's bare wires, so I don't know which direction to actually mount it in. So I may have to double check that if they don't provide a close-up view. Which, well, they do. And that's how it goes. So I'm going to bring this back over this way and just pop it down into the cable trough. Over the cable trough. And I'll have to pull this cable trough up some to get that wire in. There we go. Really don't think this really needs to ride in the cable trough. I mean, I could. Let's ride it through the cable trough. Since we're trying to make things look pretty, let's go down into that one. Okay. So I think we're all prettied up. I think we're all cabled up. We still need to figure out the Pi power wiring. And like I said, worst case scenario, if I cannot find whatever that little adapter board is that's supposed to go here, once again, there's an adapter board that's supposed to sit on these GPIO pins. If I can't find it, I'll simply cut the ferrules off, put a DuPont connector on, and physically connect it with DuPonts. We would get our fans added over here on either side once we build our skirts, which will be probably next stream. We need to build our tool head next stream, and then if we're ready, we'll mount the bed. And then it's on to doing like skirts and door panels, whoops, and stuff like that. So, with that, folks, and after dropping you and all that goodness, I think we're at a stopping point. Once again, we've got a lot of good wiring done. I wanted to get all the wiring I could done today. This Raspberry Pi cable I'm not too fond of. I may swap this out with a different one just because it's got the 90 degrees and the 90 degrees, and it's just I don't know. Because this 90-degree side is the wrong way. Maybe it would be different if I had like a Raspberry Pi 4 or something, but this feels like it's in the wrong way, and I basically have to cover up a port just to get that 90-degree cable in. So I'm just going to route this around and plug it in this way, so I think that cable will at least be a little bit nicer. We will plug in the Cat 5 when we do the other rear skirt, which will be the keystone jack. We'll do that in a little bit. But yeah, I think we're pretty good. I could probably clean up a little bit more of this wiring going to the bed. But other than that, I think we're good. So with that being said, let's figure out somebody to raid into. So let's see who we've got that's out there live right now that we can raid. Holy cow, yeah, it's 5 o'clock. Jerry 3DHP's out there. I will do some more straightening up. What do you guys think of where do we want to go? It's not my longest stream, Timor, but this was a pretty long stream, yeah. We got to build our Stealthburner. We've got to mount our bed still. And then at that point, I believe we've got everything in place that we can function check. So it's just a matter of, oof, God. Oh. Yeah. So what do you guys want to do as far as, who do we want to jump into and check out? You guys have a preference? On who we want to raid into? Because I do need to go and get some food. I've been gone for quite a while. Has it been 7 hours? Well, yeah, I guess it has been. So maybe this is one of my longer streams. We did have one disconnect early on, which means Twitch has probably played nice and screwed up my whatchamacallit. Book this into at least one or two different streams, but we'll play with that when the time comes. But yeah, thoughts for a raid? Do we want to jump out to Jerry 3DHP? Normally he's got several people out there that he's chatting with. It's a big community chat stream-a-thon type thing. Yes, no, maybe so. So we got our Nevermore. We got Nevermore. We've got the bed, and we've got the toolhead. So those are the things that we still need to install. Well, skirts, panels, blah, blah, blah. But, those are the things we need to install to have a printer functioning, right? So, okay, I'm not hearing anything from anybody. So I'm going to go ahead and just start the raid over to Jerry 3DHP. Come along with me. Like I said, he's got multiple people out on the stream right now. That in the morning to start getting all the. You've got Scott from Edge of 3D. You got Rob Mank, a lot of other people there. So we're going to raid into them, get that raid started. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here with me. I know it was a long stream. I wanted to push through as much of the wiring as I could today. And thank you so much for being there and hanging with me. Let's go over to Jerry 3DHP. And, I will see you guys on Tuesday, 5 p.m. regular time. Thanks a lot, everybody. Bye now.
Thank you for the raid, Digital Dragon. I appreciate it. Rating with 10 viewers. As always, I'm Jerry with 3DHP. I'm coming out stream live each and every Saturday on Get Civic from Las Vegas. They're mine. The bikes you might as well find. The bikes I built for the TV show, the never meant to be real.